So good morning everybody and welcome along to the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton, and welcome to Court 1 as well. Please welcome onto Court 1 our players for this first match of the day. It's the world number 5 Great Britain's Gordon Reid and the world number 3 Argentina's Gustavo Fernandez. For today's coin toss, please welcome Mark Bullock, a member of the LTA's Disability Advisory Panel, and Deborah Harrison, who is a local wheelchair tennis player who plays here at the National Tennis Centre. She's been playing for over a year and is volunteering her time this week at the Lexus British Open. The Disability Advisory Group has been set up to have strategic input on the development of LTA policies and programmes to ensure they are fully inclusive. The group will be working across all departments within the LTA, as well as gathering feedback from within the Open Court programme. This group will ensure growth and sustainability of our grassroots programmes, as well as helping to continue to transform the culture within tennis. Please also give a massive round of applause for our mascot. It's Bounce, everyone. Bounce is from the LTA Youth programme. LTA Youth is a junior programme for kids aged 4 to 18, created to help more children enjoy playing tennis. Trained coaches run courses packed full of fun skills and activities. And to find out more, or to sign up to the programme, search LTA Youth. So for this first match on Court 1 today at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton, how lovely to see some sunshine as well this week. Let's hope that lasts throughout the day. And allow me to introduce you to our players for this first match of the day. Great Britain's Gordon Reid, to the right of the umpire's chair. Born in 1991 and from Helensburgh, Scotland, he turned pro in 2008 and has a stunning career to his name. He came through the LTA's Wheelchair Tennis Performance Pathway Elite programme. In singles, Reid won the gold medal at the Rio Paralympics in 2016, and in the same year won the Australian Open and Wimbledon titles as well. He has won 50 titles in total within the singles game. In doubles, Reid has an incredible 104 titles, mostly paired with Alfie Hewett. In 2024 alone, Reid and Hewett have won the Australian Open, the French Open, and most recently the Rothesay International at Eastbourne as well. Currently ranked at number 5 in the world in singles, please welcome Great Britain's Gordon Reid.
3 minutes.
And on the umpire's left, Gustavo Fernandez is 30 years of age and from Argentina. In 2019, Fernandez won 3 singles Grand Slams, the Australian Open, French Open and Wimbledon. He has 65 singles titles to his name, with 1 coming so far in 2024 at the Barcelona Open. In the doubles game, he has 29 titles, including Grand Slam wins at the French Open in 2019 and Wimbledon in 2015, plus 2022. Last week at Eastbourne, Fernandez reached the final but lost to Great Britain's Alfie Hewett, his only loss on grass in 2024. Give it up, everybody, for Gustavo Fernandez. And for this first match on Court 1 at the Lexus British Open in Roehampton today, the chair umpire is Mike Bravo from Mexico. We hope you enjoy this first match of the day here with us today. Enjoy your time with us at the Lexus British Open.
2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning from me, Bob Ballard. Welcome to Roehampton, day 3 of the Lexus British Open here in Roehampton, part of the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour. I think we've got a very interesting program of matches for today. Starting, as you've just heard, Gordon Reid against Gustavo Fernandez, will be followed by another men's singles semi-final, Alfie Hewett against Martin de la Puente. Really looking forward to that. That's going to be all action and all aggression, we think. Then it'll be a doubles match, which will involve a couple of Brits, in theory. But I don't think you will do that. Ratstav and Spargaran, in fact, it is now.
Ladies
up
and
against
gentlemen, this
Tom
semi-final
Egberink
match
and Michael
will be played to the
Schaefers.
best of
And
three
then we
tiebreakers.
will see a Brit, Andy Lapthorne and
Gordon
Guy
Reid to the
Sesson
right of the
of
chair,
Israel,
won the toss,
up
and
against
elected
Sam
to serve.
Schroeder and Niels Vink will be involved in the quad
1 minute.
final. And that will be the last match on court number 4. Well, I couldn't do this without my right-hand woman, who's very important to me and always make sure I try and correct my mistakes where possible. Anna Smith, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. And these two matchups here, we were just looking about how many times Gordon Reid and Gustavo face each other. 56 times in their career. 56.
It's quite impressive, isn't it? I mentioned yesterday about playing against players that you know, and there's no
30
secrets,
seconds.
and there really isn't. Such a tight head-to-head record between the pair as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a couple of matches in it, but in terms of their grass encounters, every single one of them has been won by Gordon Reid. There was one rather curious match at Wimbledon where he won it in 3, but conceded the middle set, love 6. And you kind of go, that's so un-Gordon-like, especially at this level. He hasn't lost too many sets like that for a while, but love 6 in a match, it seems that you're dominating overall. Just went to sleep for about 20 minutes, it seems.
Trust me, we've all done it. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, to maintain that level all the way through, but yeah, the matchups are just in Gordon's favour. It's quite interesting when you look at the record that there's been quite a few periods in there, what now, 16 years of facing each other. 16 years they've gone head-to-head, where Gordon has been on top. There was quite a period around about 2015, before Gordon won those titles that you heard mentioned, where he basically won, I think, 7 on the reel before Gordon got his top form of 2016. But 2015 was pretty much all dominated by Gustavo Fernandez. In recent times, though, in their last 4 meetings, last 6 meetings, 4 have been won by Gordon Reid. The most recent encounter was at the French Riviera Open on clay, and that was a quarter-final meeting, which Gordon Reid won by
First set.
3 sets, having lost the first
Gordon
set
Reid to serve.
6-4, but came back in a
Ready?
tie-break and then won the third 6-3. So we are ready to go. First
Play.
point of the first set of Gordon Reid against Gustavo Fernandez for a place in the men's singles final.
Love 15.
Well, those rocket returns he's famous for. Give an easy return. That's not an easy return, but he got very deep to the Gordon Reid chair.
I think that shot is going to be one of Gordon Reid's strengths today. Using that forehand cross court, really pulling
15-all.
Fernandez out wide onto that backhand side.
The breeze just blowing up. Gorgeous sunny day, very few clouds above, but just a little bit of a stiff breeze blowing around court 1. Which obviously will affect the ball toss, so try and make it as short a toss-up as possible.
15,
Also
30.
going to be a little bit firmer as well today, aren't they? Because they've thankfully had a little bit of sun to dry them out. Had pretty heavy conditions the last couple of days. Going to be a little bit more reactive off the court.
So the wind is billowing shirts and some of the towels around.
Vertical.
They've umpired today by Mike Bravo. Remember his sister Juliet. No, we saw him do that quite a bit in his previous 2 rounds.
40.
He loves getting his opponent to scuttle to their left and send them to an area where they virtually collide with the seating, which is what happened there with Gustavo Fernandez. So a bit of reparation work been done by Reed on this first game.
Fault.
Brutal hitting, isn't it, from Fernandez? Comes from the return again. And he's always hunting to try and get on that forehand.
Just look at those arms.
Bit like yours, Bob.
Well, they're we got Mr. Universe and Mr. Puniverse here in comparison. But yes, Popeye has nothing on him. He's holding firm in this game, not allowing Gordon to get an easy hold straight off. There's Juice. Good defense by Gordon Reed, because he really didn't have too much area to be aggressive or offensive in that point, but managed just to stick into it. Allowed Fernandez to make the mistake, so here he is with game point.
Fault.
Close.
Out. Game, right.
Yeah, got the job done eventually.
First game.
Quite as straightforward as he would have liked, but nonetheless, a winning first game for Gordon Reed, who is on the board. Yeah, so if you are late to us this morning, welcome to Roehampton for day 3. And we have 2 mouth-watering back-to-back men's singles semi-finals. Could be an all-British final. Gordon Reed in the first one, Alfie Hewett in the second one, up against Martin de la Puente. He's going to follow this one. This one could be quite an extended one, and then we'll have a couple of men's doubles for you. We'll have 1 men's doubles and
Gustavo
1 quad
Fernandez to serve.
to run off the day. So first look at the Gustavo Fernandez serve. I'd love one.
Love.
He's not quite finding the range on that one. Just let the ball drop a fraction too much. Wasn't able to brush up and get the height over the net. That 1-2 punch, isn't it? All set up from the big first serve. And always looking to move forward into the court.
Certainly Fernandez, Gerard, and maybe Hewett were the fastest serve in wheelchair tennis. Puente's got a decent serve as well. We'll get a chance to see that later on.
Fault. 30 all.
So 1 double apiece.
Just
30. Held firm, barely moved the wheelchair, and just said, right, ball come to me. I'm going to give it some gusto from Gusti. And 40-30, the game point to level things up.
Game Fernandez.
Hold he does. 2-30.
1 game on.
Yeah, pointing to the head. Big smile on his face. He got a bit aggravated at Eastbourne when things weren't quite working his way. And almost had a big racket throw at one stage. Just managed to hold on to it, but looks in better odour today. Much happier the way things have started. A chance to break the reed serve. Wasn't able to, but maybe a chance this time. Conditions pretty much ideal. Wind has just blown up a bit more again. Gordon Reed to serve again.
Love.
Such a tricky serve, that one from Gordon Reed, always sliding into that right hip of Gustavo Fernandez, makes it so tricky.
Oh, side spin on that.
30 love.
Almost took it into the seats. Just look at this. Starts there. Look where it ends up.
It actually goes sideways,
Yeah.
doesn't it, with the amount of work that he's able to get on the ball. You can see why he loves these grass courts so much. Really suits his game.
Net. First serve. Out.
Hit the chair anyway, I think.
40
Went
love.
through. But it did go long. So if it did, the umpire didn't detect it.
Out. 40-15.
Rare unforced error from Gordon Reed. Plenty of time on that shot, wasn't rushed, and Put it long, but a bit of a safety zone here anyway with 3 game points, now 2.
Game.
Best point in wheelchair tennis. Wait for the other player to commit, to go one way, and put the ball directly behind
Brilliant.
him. That's what he did just then.
2 games to 1.
2 games to 1. No real pattern in this match so far.
No, not massively. I mean, I think it's pretty clear in terms of their game styles what they're looking to try and do. Fernandez is all-out power, isn't he? There's not too much finesse in his game. He's just going to try and hit Gordon Reid off the court, but obviously Gordon's going to try and mix up the pace a little bit more, try and use the slice. Happy to use those higher balls, a little bit more spin on the ball.
If you watch the likes of Gordon Reid and also Alfie Hewett, etc., and fancy getting involved in it, well, you can. This September and October, the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days are coming up again. Free and ideal for people with disability. You may well be inspired by this, by Eastbourne and by Wimbledon still to come. And of course the Paris Paralympics with tennis in August. Go to the LTA website, www.lta.org.uk, and have a look for the Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days in September, October. Bolton, Nottingham, Norwich, and here in Roehampton.
Fault.
Oh, beautiful.
Love 15.
Great angles. That's one thing that you always associate with Gordon. It's those unreturnable angles, and that was the case in point there.
Out.
Fernandez also has that extended grunt or groan, which because it's not just a, it kind of extends away like it echoes. You know, it starts and then goes.
Off 40.
A little bit, doesn't it? You definitely can't say he's not a trier. There's so much effort. It literally throws everything into the ball.
Fault.
Yeah, doesn't work this time round though. That is his second double, and not looking good in this service game for Gustavo Fernandez. Gordon Reid has 3 looks, break points. Will he need all 3? Going to capitalise straight away.
15, 40.
A bit annoyed with himself with that, I think. Relatively straightforward serve to return.
Yeah, pretty much on the racket, wasn't it? In the slot on the forehand. Got to at least make him play, but still got 2 break points.
Thirty, 40.
So I was kind of critical. Where did that shot come from?
I think he's looking a little bit at the wind. It's almost, just looking out of our commentary box here, the trees are absolutely gusting, aren't they? Probably the strongest it's been all week. Not easy conditions for the players.
Still break point though. That's all you need.
Game.
Just the one.
Right.
So there comes the break in the 4th
Three
game
leads. 3 games
of
to
the
1.
first set. I'm sure he would relish the final encounter with his doubles teammate, although their recent record suggests that Alfie probably will get the better of him, but I'm sure he'd like to have another go at him tomorrow. Obviously still a long ways to go in this match, but he's made the initial incision and will serve at 3-1. There's that power that we talked about. Can muscle it back, make it virtually unreturnable. You've got a jet-powered wheelchair, very hard to get to those.
Extra pace again from Fernandez.
Law 30.
Just trying to make his move, wants to get that break back quickly. Reed needs to find a first serve here. It'll be interesting to see if he chooses to do that normal lefty slider down the tee.
Fault.
Exactly what he did. He's going to do it twice. This question is he going to double up on this, or is he going to go wide this time?
Out. Law 40.
I think I said at the change of ends, no real pattern in this match, and this is what we're seeing right now. It's love 40 on Fernandez serve, now it's love 40 on the Reed serve.
Fault. Take it, please.
No, I'm going to get there.
Game Fernandez.
And Fernandez needed just one. Reed needed a couple. And we are back, well, not quite on parity,
Great
because
lead.
obviously
3 games to 2. First set.
there's one breaker serve each, and we're waiting for Fernandez to potentially secure his. It's a curious one, this, don't you think? I'm trying to detect anything that might give us any indication going forward, and I can see absolutely nothing at this stage.
No, not, well, nor can I, to be honest. I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be who executes the best. Obviously, you saw in the game where Gordon Reed was able to get the break, and that's when he was playing some of his best tennis, and then played a sloppy game, didn't he, once he'd got that break. Credit to Fernandez, a couple of good returns, obviously that good drop shot, but a lot of the time it's really been who's been able to dictate the point, who's been able to get the first strike in the rally, and that's pretty much how grass court tennis is. You don't want to have be having to try and defend a lot. A lot of it will come as well from the serve. Who's able to get a vast majority of their first serves in makes it a lot easier to back up and control the points.
You made a point, quite an interesting point about the wind. I wonder whether it's actually stronger or having more effect at the end where Fernandez is now, because it seemed to affect the Gordon Reed serve a bit. Let's see what affects his.
Affected the ball flight, didn't it? It just looked a couple of times when
15 love.
Gordon Reed was trying to hit it that maybe the wind took it a fraction, pushed it long. But with the amount of spin that Fernandez hits with, he's just able to dip the ball back in the court. Wind might not affect him quite as much.
Yeah, that's ideal, because his opponent's right at the back of the court. He's not going to get in that close.
Out. 15-30.
That's the one maybe where I'd like to see Fernandez use the slice. It's so low, it's so hard to brush up the back of the ball.
15-40.
Oh, I can't exactly say that serve is dominant here, can you? It was love 40 on the previous Fernandez serve, love 40 on the Reed serve, and now 15-40. More break points for Gordon Reed to open up that 2-game advantage again. Perfect. Absolutely impeccably played point by Gordon Reed, and gets exactly what he deserves and what he wanted, which is another break. 4-2. Last 3 games have all resulted in breaks. Reed 2 games up. We'll be hoping he can maybe extend that to 3 for the first time. Serving at our commentary box end, the end away from where we think most of the wind is affecting the serve, but we'll see. Interesting how static Fernandez has been in this match. He hasn't really moved much away from the baseline, to be honest. Gordon's making all the moves in and out of court, but he's staying pretty much, you know, rock solid on that baseline.
But that's what he wants to do, isn't it? He wants to dominate the rallies from the baseline. He wants to use the power. He's not as effective when he moves further behind the baseline.
Oh, it landed him.
Only problem, obviously, doing that when you're on the baseline, you're going to have to pick up a lot of balls on the half volley. Really hard to time that. Managed to find the corner there, though, didn't he, that time?
We're coming a bit more on a second serve here. Well, the answer was not really, but still effective.
Clever choice of shot. Worked really hard to get around and hit the forehand. And with Reed, it's really hard to tell which way he's going to go. Able to use the wrist so well, choosing to go back behind Fernandez, force the error. So 4 games in a row. There have been break points. Here comes another. Now there's going to be a chance to bring it back to 1 game in arrears. finds the backhand. One of the best of the match so far from Reed. A really crucial moment as well. Fernandez maybe just needs to try and do a little bit more with that return. Was down the middle of the court. Wasn't too deep either.
Advantage, red.
Take that and party.
That's what I was talking about, doing a little bit more on the return. That he could have done much more if he tried. I'm sure he'd have wanted that one on the break point instead. Went back to Juice.
Yeah, you're right, but in terms of the power he's got, in terms of what he can do from the back of the court, because other players probably would have come in on that shot. He decided to stay in his position. I can do this from the baseline, and he did it from the baseline.
He's very confident in what he's able to bring, isn't he?
Another break point for Fernandez for 3-4. So second serve to look at as well.
Interesting to see if he moves in.
Well, he didn't do last time, but this is break point, so it might be different. No, not going to get to that. Not going to get to that. He did go a bit wider to receive, but Gordon Reed just taking advantage of that by putting it in the other side of the court and making it difficult for the Argentine to get there. So, another extended game. He's having it easy on serve right now. The weather conditions, wind-wise, not quite Eastbourne-like, and certainly no seagulls dive bombing us at the moment, but there's just a little puff of wind occasionally at the wrong times.
Out.
He knew as soon as it left the racket that was going to be not what he wanted to see at the other end. As I say, it's not exactly a serving masterclass at the moment, is it? Now he's able to nail down the serves. Another break point for Fernandez. And again, another second serve to look at. What did he learn from the last one?
Game, Fernandez.
Well, that's what you learn. Maybe a little bit more power, putting Reed right on the edge of that
New ball,
baseline,
please.
and able to
Red leads.
generate
4
what he
games to
wanted.
3.
And yeah, back on serve again potentially, but you know how this set has gone. Anything could happen. One other match in progress on court number 2. We will see him later on in the day. I'm talking about Andy Lapthorne. In fact, we'll see both Andy Lapthorne and Sam Schroeder on opposite sides of the net for the quad doubles final. They're playing each other in the men's semi-final, the quads semi-final on court 2. Now, you'll recall, Andy Lapthorne got a notable victory over Sam last week in Eastbourne. Wasn't able to take the first set this time. 6-1 to the Dutchman. It is 1-1 in the second. And Lapthorne is serving, but it's love 40 on his serve, so not going to plan for him. And not really going to plan for Gordon Reed right now.
No, it's been a bit of a weird one, hasn't it? For especially these last sort of 4 games. So many breaks of serve. No one's really just been able to assert their dominance. The return really has been crucial for both players. Interesting to see here Fernandez serving with new balls as well. Get a little bit more zip off the court with the serve, see if that will help.
Got to get over the net first.
Very true. Got a bit lucky with that
15
one,
love.
didn't he? I'm not sure. That came out the middle of the racket.
Just to take what you can get in a match of very small margins at the moment.
Out.
Definitely looked like the wind took
30
hold of
love.
that one. It's not easy playing from different ends. Obviously, you're going to have to change the way you play a little bit, add a little bit more spin from the far end. You can hit through the wind this side a little bit more.
Oh, yes.
40 love.
Rather like that. That's probably his best shot of the day.
That's what I mean, though. If you look at just the way we've talked about him wanting to stay on the baseline, I mean, that's a tough shot to hit, to be able to pick that up on the half volley and redirect it.
In the comfort zone on this serve. He's been there for a while. 40 love for 4-4.
Out.
He went as deep
Game
as he
Fernandez.
could do with that serve. And Gordon Reid unable
Four
to keep
games
it in court. So that's a nice, comfortable hold. We haven't had a comfortable hold that I can recall in this match so far. But that one to love. So we are where we started. Both players parity, 4 games all. Maybe just a little bit of, a little fist pump to indicate he thinks momentum might be starting to shift his way. For that to happen, he'll have to break Gordon Reid's serve again. And he's proved already twice he can do it. We're just getting a little bit fierce again. Oh, that's wonderful. That is
Love
superb. How did he get that to curve back in court? It looks to be going wide.
I think maybe that's where the wind might have helped him a touch.
Wait, left his racket. I thought it was going wide, didn't you?
Yeah, it did look that way.
Wow. He's had a couple of amazing shots in the last 2 games. Maybe he's right. Maybe the momentum is swinging his way.
Out.
Yeah, just a bit too long. We mentioned at the beginning of the match, head-to-heads, Gordon Reid has always beaten Fernandez on grass. He's taken some sets off him, but it's rare. In fact, I need just the 1 set on grass.
Net for 7.
I want that return back right in the slot on the forehand. Just didn't get enough height on it.
Dear Mr. Umpire, can we play that point again?
It's just been a couple of missed opportunities, though, haven't there? It's being love 15. Missed that backhand and then missed a pretty routine forehand.
Enjoying his forehands today, isn't he? Another winner down the line.
30 all.
He really believes today. Really firing himself up.
Oh, with the way he's hitting the ball, I don't blame him. But again, in that point, you just saw the refusal to move behind the baseline, taking some of those backhands, especially at shoulder height. But with the strength that he has, he's able to get them back with interest.
Thirty, 40.
Yeah, the Reed serve is not clicking today. It's definitely not quite where it needs to be. You see the backstop there getting a wind through it, so I don't think it's particularly helping his ball toss. But Fernandez, yet again, has a break point. This time to get his nose in front at 5-4.
Game Fernandez.
And he does it. And that's a bit of a vamos from Fernandez.
Fernandez leads.
As he goes 5-4 up. And I think it's going to be very interesting to do a compare and contrast here between the first match we're watching and the second match we're watching. I think it's going to be played in a very, very different way. Martin de la Puente up against Alfie Hewett is going to be a lot of stuff inside the court, whereas obviously Fernandez feels his strength is to stay on the baseline, barely move off it, barely move the chair at all, and just power from that distance.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously understands what his strengths are, and that's where he feels the most comfortable, owning the baseline, refusing to move back. Obviously, he can do it, but it's not really his strengths. But like you say, in the next match, I think both players are a little bit more adept at coming forward as well. They don't mind moving back. Obviously, they cover the court extremely well, so I think we're going to see maybe a little bit more variety in the next match, a little bit more of the drop shot, a little bit more slice. Obviously, Fernandez is predominantly using the topspin, and so far to good effect, especially in the second part of this first set.
Has Reed used the slice enough?
It's a tough one to say, because I think it's been tricky for him, especially in these last 4 games where Gustavo Fernandez has kind of asserted his dominance in those rallies.
Serving for the first set.
I mean, there, for example, there's not really much that Gordon Reed
15
can
up.
do. He hasn't really given him the chance to use the slice, which I think he was doing a lot better in the opening few games.
All I'm thinking about is that
30 love.
he likes pace. Fernandez likes pace coming back onto the racket. Doesn't look as comfortable if pace is taken off.
No, you're absolutely right, but I think it's also hard for Gordon Reed to be able to give him shots that he doesn't like when Fernandez has kind of got him on the move. That was one of the few forehand errors we've seen
30-15.
recently from Fernandez. But if Fernandez is bossing the points and Reed's on the move and he's just sort of clinging on, trying to stay in these points, it makes it really hard for him to play his game and add that variety that he wants to use.
Out. 40-15.
We don't have a speed gun on court 1, but that seemed to be about the paciest serve, or one of the paciest serves we've seen today.
One of the most accurate as well. Deadly combination.
2 set points for the number 2 seed.
Forty, 30.
Great thinker about the game is Gordon. We try to work out, okay, if this one goes, what do I do in set 2? I haven't given up on this one yet, though.
Fault. Get the ball, please. Deuce.
Hang it.
What do we say at this point? Not a good time for a double?
it's not. Reed just getting a bit of a helping hand, isn't he, there?
Third double fault, which brings Reed back into the game a little bit.
Advantage.
There's occasions
Right.
where staying very stationary on the baseline didn't quite work. Gordon's moving around all over the place, trying to get angles, trying to get flicks and tricks. And he's got a chance to break back here. And second serve to look at as well. That's not coming back. Great depth again from Fernandez. Back to deuce. And one service game that's gone to love so far.
Out.
Oh, I'll be disappointed with that forehand.
Advantage.
There wasn't really
Fernandez.
much on it from Fernandez, sat in the middle of the box. Was there to be hit.
So, set point again for Fernandez. Real aggression by Gordon Reed. Look at him flying on that serve.
Deuce.
Wasn't hanging around, was he? Look at him watching the left. Here he comes.
I mean, he picked the hardest shot as well to try and hit a drop shot, set point down, and to execute it that well.
Advantage. Fernandez.
Made no mistake there with that forehand. Reed just not able to get anywhere near enough depth on it. Those are bread and butter forehands for Fernandez.
We're going to get a repeat of the previous set point for Fernandez. We're going to see Reed having to fly in on that first serve again. Well, I think he'll fly in on the second serve. Certainly. Just trying to put some pressure on the Argentine. He's just taking his time on this serve.
Game and first set, Fernandez.
It's done and
6 games to
dusted
4.
as far as Gustavo Fernandez is concerned from the first set. As I say, it was quite curious. And Gordon Reed tosses his racket away. He's not very demonstrative. But you can tell he's a little bit perplexed and a bit annoyed. And might be going for a comfort break, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Like you said, he's not normally very demonstrative, but threw his racket away in disgust there. He'll be wondering how he managed to, well, he didn't throw it away, but managed to lose that opening set, having been 4-2 up. He was the one who had all the momentum, but a lot of credit has to go to Fernandez for the way he was able to turn it around. Just see there, the first serve points won from Fernandez, just a fraction high, but there wasn't really too much in it, was there? Just the one break of serve from the Argentinian, and he did really well. Reed had all the momentum, 4-2 serving. And Fernandez just found a way, didn't he? He found his form. The forehand really was a standout shot for him as well, and he was owning that baseline. He was dominating so many more of the rallies, and Gordon Reed just wasn't really able to turn things around at the end of that first set.
Now we know Fernandez won't change his game plan because he pretty much has a stock game plan that he uses, which is pretty effective most of the time. What does Gordon do in set 2?
I think Gordon's got to try and get a little bit more depth on his shots. I think he was doing that a lot better in sort of the opening 4 or 5 games. He was able to push Fernandez back a little bit more. He was able to use a slice. Fernandez was dropping the ball shorter, so he was able to dominate more of the rallies, especially using Gordon's forehand. I think he's got to hope for a little bit of a drop off from Fernandez, though. He Really seems to be firing on all cylinders. It looks like a boxer, doesn't he, with his hood up ready. Laying some big knockout punches.
Some news from Court 2, which is a little bit concerning, is that Sam Schroeder is into the quads final. Andy Lapthorne has retired at 2-1 down in the second set. Now, he's due to be playing with Guy Sasson of Israel up against Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink. Don't know what the issue is there. Hopefully he'll be okay for later, but just bringing that news to you. Thank you to Marshall for updating me on that. Is that at 2-1 in the second, Andy Lapthorne has retired from that quads singles match. So we'll keep you informed as we hear more, if we do hear more during the course of the day. Well, looks like we've got a bit of a break here. So we'll take a little break from you while you watch the pictures here, and we'll return in voice when Gordon Reid returns. So Gordon Reid has returned, and that means we are almost imminently starting set number 2. First set going to the number 2 seed, Gustavo Fernandez. 6-4, remember, he's only ever once taken a set of Gordon Reid before on grass. That was a love 6 at Wimbledon. That's the middle set. He's got the momentum. Wind in his sails. Talking of the wind, seems to have just
time.
Well, having said that, the backdrop next to us is actually billowing quite a bit at the moment, so it's certainly not Eastbourne proportions, but it's been fairly still.
Second set.
First couple of days, and
It's
a lovely sunny day, and probably the warmest day we've had of the 3. It's not ideal for the ball toss. Gordon Reid wants to start on the front foot here if he can, because the Argentine's taken the first 6-4. Reid to start set number 2.
Love. All.
Well, that's a much better point there from Reed. We haven't seen that too many times today, have we? Making the move forward to the net. We talked about maybe trying to change tactics a little bit more. Wanted to go high to the Fernandez backhand. Snuck in, made no mistake with the volley.
Out.
Tough for Reed out here, though, just in terms of the pressure that Fernandez is putting on him, point after point. He's getting that depth, he's getting so much work on the ball, and it's really nullifying what Reed wants to try and do.
Not getting too many cheap points either, is he, at this stage? I thought he was going to get to that for a moment.
40, 30.
Just eludes the racket. He's right on top of it, very nearly. One bounce, two bounces. Yeah, slightly out of reach.
I think if he'd have flung a racket at it, he might have actually got it, but it didn't feel like he was close enough.
Game. Right.
So Gordon Reed gets on the board, start set number 2.
Second set.
And it's been a while since he held on to his serve, so he'll be grateful and thankful for that. And at least he's got his nose in front in set number 2. As we saw that breakdown, the major stats were all in Gustavo Fernandez's favour in the first set. But, haven't yet had an ace from either men. 1 from Gordon Reed on the doubles and 3 for Fernandez so far.
15 love. All.
Yeah, making him hurdle, making him accelerate, and even as quick as he is, as adroit as he is, wasn't able to get to that one. Well, maybe that little bathroom break, comfort break, call it what you will, has actually got Gordon's head straightened out. He's got his game head back on. Bit long on that one.
That's a frustrating miss, though, isn't it? You can just see a look over to his camp again. Fairly routine forehand. Could have been 15-40, back to 30 all. These are the little moments in matches.
Get the ball, please.
Well, now it's the Fernandez serve. Back under pressure again. Break point for Gordon Reed.
Out.
Take that.
About as demonstrative as Reed gets, though, isn't it?
You know, for him to actually throw his racket at the end of the first set is very unusual. I actually can't remember him ever doing that.
No, nor can I. smart play
Actually
again.
sorry, I actually
Advantage,
wondered if
Fernandez.
Gordon was like a Roger Federer, because Roger Federer was a wild child, wasn't he? When
He
he was
was.
a junior tennis player. He used to do a lot of racket throwing. Was not the most pleasant person to play against or play with, apparently. Obviously changed character completely. I've never seen Gordon get particularly stressed or uptight about anything on a court, but that was kind of an unusual blemish, if you like, on his normal, very stoic character. Advantage Fernandez to level things up in set 2.
Game, Fernandez.
And that's what he does.
1 game more.
I can confirm for you that Niels Vink will play his Dutch teammate Sam Schroeder in the quad singles final. Vink beating Ahmed Kaplan 6-1, 6-1. So he's got Schroeder against Vink, in case you missed it. Andy Lapthorne was a set and 2-1 down and retired from his match. So we hope he's going to be okay for the quad doubles final later on, when he'll be partnering Guy Sasson. That will be the 4th match on court.
Enough. $15.
How did he get that back? How did he get that? Because he disappeared from view, and I thought he collided with the backstop, which I think he did.
15.
And we lost sight of him. We thought he'd gone to court 13 at that stage, but wow. We probably can't see it on that angle, but we actually lost sight of him.
Even from our position as well.
When we're alongside the court, but that retrieving is that's brought a smile to Gordon's face. Well, the fact that he got that ball back is ridiculous.
Out. 40,
And
15.
you always say, from a coach's perspective, try and make the other player play one more shot, and that's exactly what he did.
Was that the no lost cause scenario? Well, 2 points for a 2-1 lead in the second. Reed bandwagon starting to move on a bit now. Just long.
Game right.
Thought he'd connected with that perfectly. He didn't. So they'll go with a change.
2 games to 1, second set. First set, Fernandez.
Can't say any more about how Andy Lapthorne is. We hope if he's not feeling too well, feels a bit better come, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock maybe this afternoon, when the quad doubles final is due to take place. Next up for us on here, might be quite a ways in coming before we get there. It's been quite a long semi-final already, and not even halfway through set number 2. I could do with something like that. Wish you got the cheese sandwich.
A little snack.
Yeah, make me feel hungry already. Alfie Hewett up next, the number 1 seed, number 2 in the world, against Martin de la Puente. I'm really looking forward to that, because that's going to be all-out aggression, all-out fist pumping, all-out come-ons and everything. It's going to be a noisy one and a very quick one, I think, in terms of the speed of play.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a pretty fiery encounter, isn't it? Who's going to get the first punch in these rallies is going to be crucial.
So number 1 seed gets number 3 to come. Number 4 gets 2 in this one. It's the number 4 seed who's got his nose in front in set number 2, but trails by a set to love.
Love. Out.
I thought it was going to go behind the chair on that one. I was a bit surprised he went to the same wing.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for the cross court as well. That's where the space was.
Gordon uses that behind the chair technique or shot selection very well. But, you know, to freeze the action there, that's what I would have been suggesting. He's the expert, not me.
Is that what you're talking about? That hitting into the space?
15.
Yeah, precisely that.
I think sometimes it's good though to mix it up. Don't want to get too predictable. I know he missed it, but now Gordon's going to be thinking, is he going to go into the space? Is he going to go back behind? You always want to add that element of doubt to your opponent.
Yeah,
40-15.
Now we're back on serve. No breaks to serve. Although he hasn't obviously secured this one yet. Looking reasonably comfortable at 40-15. Actually came inside the court there.
Ventured forward.
That was a massive gust, wasn't it? Some piece of metal fell down as well at the same time. Maybe it was just the stop hitting the metal railing. Oh,
Game Fernandez.
that had to be wind related, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just a good serve as well. Got a lot of work on the ball. It was always going into Reed. Wasn't able to get the chair out the way or the racket.
Cramped him. No time. Just a discussion between Gusti and his coach. What you're allowed to do these days. Certainly somebody up in the stand he was talking to. Asking him if it was cheese sandwich or not.
Someone get Bob a cheese sandwich.
Any sandwich will do. Apart from tuna, please, thank you. Gordon Reed serve at 2-2.
15 love. Love.
Yeah, well, that's of course the downside of advancing so far into the court.
40
You
love.
are rather susceptible to the lob. Reed is very well aware of that. and executes it perfectly.
Didn't even think Fernandez was going to reach the drop shot. Did so well to even get a racket on it. But Reed just toying that drop shot lob combination.
3 points for a 3-2 lead.
Fault. 40-15.
That's his second.
Out. Game. Red. Red leads 3 games to 2.
Well, after a set strewn with service breaks, we've had service holds all the way through in set number 2. This match is starting to maybe calm down a bit. The pattern's starting to develop. But at the moment, there's little to choose between these two. Certainly in this set, Gordon Reid with his nose in front. And it is an interesting contrast in styles here, isn't it? That they are very different in the style they adopt, the way they play. One's lefty, one's righty, obviously, so that's another different aspect that we're looking at here. But Gordon couldn't play Fernandez's game. Fernandez couldn't play Gordon's game.
No, he couldn't. And you're talking about different styles of play. There's different personalities as well, isn't he? Gordon's very quiet, very unassuming. Fernandez is a little bit more outgoing. You see every emotion on his face. But yeah, it's always nice, I feel like, when you do see contrasting styles and how they match up and how people can try and put their game on the court. Gordon's got to try and problem solve a little bit against Fernandez, because obviously when you're playing someone who just hits the ball so hard, gets so much work on the ball, gets so much depth, the way that Gordon wants to play, it's really tricky. But he's sort of managing to figure that out in this second set. Fernandez just not having quite as much success as he was in that opening set.
Apart from that weekend break after Eastbourne, Gordon Reid's been playing a lot of tennis recently. He had the doubles at Queen's, straight to Eastbourne, singles and doubles there. Hasn't had much of a break. So, I mean, physically, this has been quite an exhausting week and a half for him.
Out. 15 love.
Yeah, maybe there will be an element of fatigue as well, but I think when it's a grass court season, you kind of know what you're getting yourself in for. You know that there's going to be a lot of tennis, and obviously the more tennis that they play means the more matches that they're winning, so I'm sure he wouldn't have it any other way.
Love.
Gordon's been making a bit more noise than he invariably does. I mean, Fernandez always makes a lot of noise, but Gordon, apart from the service motion and the noise that's accompanying that, doesn't say much or make any noises or gestures after that. But oh, it's lovely. That is a great return. That is Gordon Reid at his very best.
30-15. (40-15).
Pretty rapidly now. Already arrived at 40-15 on the Fernandez serve to bring it back to 3-all.
Game Fernandez. New balls, please.
Yeah, it's almost like a match within a match.
3 games.
If you weren't watching earlier on, every single time the serve got broken, pretty much towards the end of the set. Eventually just about over the line and was the better player in the first set. Gustavo Fernandez, but second set, serve has not been under pressure at all. So far I recall no break points so far. So maybe we're inexorably heading towards a tie-break here. Fernandez only taking his second ever set of Gordon Reid on grass. So recent encounters we go very much the way of Gordon Reid. 4 of the last 6 encounters have gone to him. But, not having it all his own way today. Still trying to battle to extend this into a third set. He's got new balls. And it'll be Gordon Reid. Yeah, just to indicate new balls ready to be used. And Gordon Reid trying to keep the pattern going in set number 2 of retaining serve.
Fault. I call fault.
It's tight. Didn't hit that hard enough, did he?
Law 15.
Reid kind of half hit it, really. And allowed Fernandez a good look at the open court. And he took full advantage of that.
Out.
Just.
Right idea
Just.
though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Serve and volley. We talked about mixing it up a
50.
little bit. Got exactly what he wanted. Couldn't have placed the serve much better. Fairly routine backhand volley as well for Reid. Just pushed it marginally long.
What a wonderful backhand
Law
down the
14.
line from Fernandez. That was top draw from the Argentine. And having said serves were under any pressure, here's an example of one such occasion. 3 break points for a 4-3 lead for Gustavo Fernandez.
Out. Gabe Fernandez.
Sloppy game from Gordon Reid.
Fernandez leads.
Pretty much all the points, apart from
4
that
games to
wonderful
3.
backhand down the
And
line
by
for
1 set to
Fernandez,
love.
were points that Reid gave to him.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gift, wasn't it, that game? When you're Fernandez, that's exactly what you want. Just building up the pressure on the Reid serve, and it ultimately paid off. Pretty much 3 unforced errors, wasn't it, from Reid in that game? You've got to at least make your opponent work to get the break of serve.
Yeah, there was that wonderful backhand down the line, which was something that Reid could do nothing about. But outside of that, the ball that went long, and a couple of other points where he'll know, won't need me or you to tell him. Could have done a great deal better, and kind of handed the initiative. He's going with serve and pretty even pace, and both men a similar standard.
Time.
Just one game might have completely altered the procession and progression of this game in this match, as he gets his nose in front with the break.
Law 15.
was tough. That huge gust of
30.
wind came. Fernandez really struggled with that ball toss. You kind of could sense that double fault coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's
15,
irretrievable. There's a bit of runoff at the back, a fair amount here, but that was just too deep. And unlike the retrieving that we saw from Fernandez at this end a couple of games ago. Look at that. Running out of room, running out of room. Don't take our microphone with you. He's okay.
Found some big shots when he's needed to at crucial moments. Big forehand followed by a big backhand down the line. Stepping out these opportunities for Reed here.
Thirty, 40.
Yeah, he's very annoyed. That's two doubles in fairly quick succession here, which has potentially handed the immediate break back to Gordon Reid, 30-40. And a second serve to look at, and they'll be jumping all over this one.
Out.
Oh, nice idea, just wrong execution. And there you go.
Game break.
London buses. I know this from example.
4 games all.
Ages for one, and then two come along straight away. And that cancels out the earlier break. We are back on serve again, 4-all, as we get to the business end of this second set. Nobody can really afford to lose their serve now as we get towards set winning territory. 4-all. Well, he did well to get there, getting the racket under the ball and putting any kind of propulsion on it. That's a different matter.
Again, Fernandez, that return down the middle of the court has been so effective, and especially with how early he takes the return as well. It's pretty much back at the chair of Gordon Reid before he's had a chance to recover.
Out.
I think the wind might have taken that one. It looked like it was going to drop in and then just hung in the
15,
air.
30.
Really tricky conditions for both players, really starting to gust out here.
Yeah, that's your third opponent, isn't it? Or your second opponent. Here's the wind. It is rattling around. We can hear it in a commentary box that plays. It's breezy, it's windy. It has been any point the first 3 days. Beautiful. Such good
30 all.
caress of the ball. Almost like he loves the ball, the way he kind of just guided that one back into court. And Fernandez, being as deep as he was, unable to make any kind of moves towards it. Still under a bit of pressure on this service game though, Reed, at 30 all.
$30-40.
Third double for Gordon Reed, and another break point, and this might be the real turning point of set 2 if Fernandez can get this break point and then serve for the match potentially.
Out. Game,
Not his day, is
Fernandez.
it? It is not his day.
Fernandez leads 5-4 by 1 set to love.
Yeah, he's getting frustrated. There's just elements of his game which are not quite working out today. He's battling himself as much as he's battling his game, but Fernandez, without doing a great deal, is actually in the ascendant again.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to do too much. I think it's so easy to want to try and overplay, but especially when conditions are like this, it's so hard. You've just got to be happy with putting the ball in the court, putting it in tricky positions, and that's what Fernandez has done. Reed's just maybe gone for a little bit too much, and today he just hasn't quite had his best tennis. Just made some uncharacteristic errors that we're so not used to seeing from Reed. Has he got one last push here, though, to try and save this match, or is Fernandez going to get over the line?
Well, on grass, it's never happened before.
Time.
So in the recent encounters, it's been very much in Gordon Reed's favour. But this might be a first time on a fairly alien surface to a certain extent to Gustavo Fernandez, one that Gordon Reed's much more acquainted with. And just has to give it one last push in this set, try and take it into a third, or so try and take it into a tie break. So it's Fernandez serving for the match.
Four. Love.
Nothing's really coming off for him right now. His bread and butter shots are either going long or they're going into the net.
Delicate, isn't it?
And the luck's against you. It's against you, isn't it? You get a net cord like that.
Love. Love.
3 match points then. First set secured in 45 minutes. This one will be just a bit longer, I think, but he's on the verge of a grass court victory over Gordon Reed, and more importantly, a place in the British Open final.
Out. 40-15.
Still 2 more opportunities for him to close this one out. Haven't had an ace in this match at all, amazingly, from either player. Oh.
40-30.
That so easily could have slipped the other side. It thought about it, didn't it?
Yeah,
it's kind of, which way shall I go?
There's that split second where time stands still, isn't it?
So one more break point for Gustavo Fernandez. Oh, great retrieving by Reed. Oh, he's going to fight for every last point. Look at this.
I mean, they're pretty much 2 of the best points that he's played so far in this match, isn't it? Some of the best slices. You know, clearing the top of the net tape by millimeters, cutting the margin so fine, and the first really big raw we've heard from Gordon Reed all day.
So it's very deep, but it's okay. And there's another match point.
Advantage, Fernandez.
So he's already saved 3. And saved 3 with some exceptional play. Yeah, chips it down again for Gordon Reed.
Game, set, match,
And
Fernandez.
there's the only ace of the match.
Just
Did
sets to
say
love.
we hadn't seen an ace
6-4.
at all in 2
6-4.
sets. Well, it's the very last point of the match. And it is 6-4, 6-4. And the first ever win on grass for Fernandez against Gordon
ladies
Reed.
and gentlemen, give it up once again for our semi-finalists here at the Lexus British Open, Gordon Reed and Gustavo Fernandez.
And the head-to-head record is now Gordon Reed 29, Gustavo Fernandez 28.
What a record, and it's just a phenomenal amount of times that they've played each other, isn't it? And I'm sure that's going to be a very, very happy team over there, wasn't it? Arms raised. Gustavo Fernandez really couldn't have played a much better match if he tried. It was really tough conditions out there, and ultimately he was the better player. He was the one who took his chances, and Gordon Reed will probably feel like that was a case of missed opportunities, especially having that 4-2 lead in the first set. But those first serve points won on grass, it's got to be higher than 51%. And again, break points needed to be a little bit more clinical with his break point opportunities, but Fernandez just stuck in. He was very stubborn in terms of his game style, wasn't he? He knew what he wanted to do, and on grass, and today especially, it was so effective.
Pretty even in the durations. 45 minutes first set, 46 second set. I think we're going to hear from the winner.
Well, Gustavo, you are into the final of the Lexus British Open. How do you feel after that win over Gordon Reed?
I feel great. I feel great. I think it was a really tough match, really tough conditions. I don't know. I'm trying to make memory, but I think I've never beaten him in grass. So I think I played a good match. It was a tough conditions, as I say, but I'm happy the way I managed to pull that up.
How difficult was it serving with the wind that we have today? It's nice to see some sunshine, at least this week, but the wind is quite strong. I saw you having a laugh to yourself with the first serve just a few minutes ago because there was a gust, and of course it's difficult in those conditions.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to play on grass with the wheelchair and everything. There's a lot of things that you cannot control. The wind is one of them, but it is what it is. It's part of the game. It's part of the conditions out here. But I think I was focused enough to deal with that good, and that makes the difference.
You last won the British Open in 2017, of course. How much would you like to win it on grass this year, of course, for the first time in 2024?
I would love to. I would love to. I think it's been a while since the last title here. So hopefully I managed to play some good tennis with any of the 2 players I can play. And I think either if I win or not, I think this has been a great week, and hopefully I can manage to keep it up.
Yeah, this is the first time, of course, the Lexus British Open has been here at Roehampton. Are you enjoying the week so far and loving the fans being out today?
Yeah, very much, very much. I think we're loving London so far. Each year we came, it's like 11th time we come here, so it's really, we enjoy it very much. Hopefully the sun stays out and we can enjoy a good summer.
I can't promise that, but well done. Ladies and gentlemen, Gustavo Fernandez.
Well, he certainly deserved it. He had to battle hard to come back. As Anna was mentioning, 3-1 and 4-2 down in the first set, came through to win it. And then in a very nip and tuck second set, got the momentum he needed right at the end. So it's goodbye to Gordon Reid. Of course, he doesn't have doubles now to worry about, so he can now stay thinking about what he's going to do for Wimbledon next week. The first
well, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you don't go anywhere, because we will have our second singles semi-final coming up very shortly for you here on Court 1 at the Lexus British Open. That second semi-final, of course, featuring Alfie Hewett, the defending champion of the British Open, up against Martin Della Puente. That's coming up very shortly for you here on Court 1 at the Lexus British Open. Feel free to, of course, take in all of our junior matches happening as well, and plenty of tennis to see around the site here at Roehampton this week. But very soon on Court 1, we'll be back with Alfie Hewett and Martin Della Puente.
Yeah, we'll have that for you in just a few minutes' time. Don't go too far away. Looking forward to bringing you that. It's going to be an all-out, all-action. I think it's going to be quite high octane, so don't go too far away, and we'll rejoin you when the players are back out on court.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to Court 1 at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton for our second singles semi-final of the day. Play to start very soon. We have 4 matches on Court 1 for you today, this being the second. Please welcome onto court the world number 2, Great Britain's Alfie Hewett, and the world number 4 from Spain, Martin de la Puente. And for today's coin toss, please welcome Aya, a pupil from Robert Southwell Primary School representing LTA Youth. LTA Youth is the LTA's junior programme for kids aged 14 to 18, created to help more children enjoy playing tennis. Trained coaches run courses packed full of fun skills and activities. There was Spin, the technical one of our 6 Tensibles characters who are on a mission to get more kids playing tennis. That's LTA Youth. You can find out more by searching online LTA Youth. So allow me to introduce our players to you. To the left of the umpire, Great Britain's Alfie Hewett. He's playing, of course, the Lexus British Open as defending champion, fresh from winning the singles title at the Eastbourne International last week. He has 63 singles titles to his name and has won 3 of the 4 Grand Slams. Wimbledon is the only one missing from his singles trophy cabinet as it stands. In the doubles game, Hewett has an extraordinary 83 titles, many of which are with his regular doubles partner, Gordon Reid. In doubles, in 2024 alone, Hewett has won the Eastbourne title, Roland Garros and the Australian Open, to name just 3 of the 6. Whilst this week the man from Norfolk is just concentrating on the singles, it's proving to be the ideal preparation on grass heading into Wimbledon next week. The defending champion, everybody, of the Lexus British Open, Alfie Hewett. And to the umpire's right, Spain's Martin de la Puente has 30 singles titles in his career. Not bad for a 25-year-old. 2 of those singles titles have come this year in 2024. In his Lexus British Open campaign so far this week, he has claimed 3 sets, 6-love on his way to today's semi-final. Currently ranked number 4 in the world in singles, the Spaniard has said his fellow countryman Rafa Nadal is his idol. De la Puente has 1 Grand Slam title in his career. It came in the doubles at the 2022 US Open. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Spain's Martin de la Puente. And the chair umpire for this match will be David Armenta from Colombia.
As I mentioned at the beginning of our transmission today, before the Gordon Reid against Gustavo Fernandez match, really looking forward to this. I think we could get some blood and thunder, and some big hitting between these two. The 26-year-old and the man just turned 25. Alfie Hewett, ranked 2 in the world, number 1 seed here, up against the number 3 seed, who is number 4 in the world, pretty much been there since the summer of 2023. They've had 21 meetings prior to today, and only the 1 victory for Martin de la Puente. Okay, at the Barcelona Open on clay last year, though intriguingly, it's very Alfie Hewett this. Their last 2 meetings, he has won the first set, 6-2, 6-3, and Alfie's battled back to win the next 2. So they've had some quite close encounters recently. The World Team Cup on clay, Alfie eventually winning 6-1 in the 3rd, and the French Riviera Open even. Also on clay earlier this year, 7-5 to Alfie Hewett for the third. So could go the distance, this one. They've got quite a record of that. And if Alfie were to win at Roehampton, junior and senior titles combined would be 64. 63rd title came at Eastbourne last weekend. And going for number 64 here.
That's ridiculous numbers, isn't it? And chose so easy to forget he's so young, because it feels like he's been around for so long, and
chose to serve.
you can only imagine where those numbers are going to finish by the time he's finished with his career.
Yeah, and De La Puente, very exciting. Say 25, 2 singles titles this year, 4 doubles in 2024. So he's into that elite group in the top 4. Only their second meeting on grass, Wimbledon last time around. Fairly comfortable for the number 1 seed, Alfie Hewett, 6-3, 6-2.
1 minute.
But, say 4 meetings between the 2 of them this year, 2 of which have gone to 3 sets. After the great performance at Eastbourne, came down to earth a little bit in his round of 16 game. Looked a bit more sprightly, more on top of his game, I thought, in the quarterfinals, and it tends to be a bit of a pattern with Alfie. He does get better as he progresses through the ranks.
I think that's always a good thing. You don't want it to be the other way around, do you? But absolutely right. He was a little bit sluggish out of the blocks in his opening match. Maybe just struggled a little bit with the shoulder. But yesterday was a pretty flawless performance, wasn't it?
30 seconds.
Alfie Hewett that we know and love.
And say in marked contrast to what we saw in the opening match, I think this will be all-out aggression. There won't be people waiting on the baseline for the ball to arrive back at the chair. There's going to be a lot of balls taken up by the service box. There'll be a lot of court coverage. Both chairs will be moving most of the time. You'll see Alfie barely stops.
End of warm-up.
And I think the Puente won't be that dissimilar in the style he adopts here. So it's, as opposed to the first match, which were kind of contrasting styles, I think these will be a lot more similar.
I agree. I think it's just going to be a case of who's able to execute best on the day. Obviously, Hewett is a clear favourite, especially on the grass courts as well. Just suits him a little bit more. He's maybe just got a touch more variation to his game, but I'm expecting some big hitting, especially from both the forehand wings of both of these players.
Well, if it's anything to go by the last couple of meetings, we may not get any real pattern emerge until
Martin De La Puente to serve.
The second set, but we'll see how the first set goes. Martin De La Puente, Spaniard, will serve first.
Fault. Out.
It's a very early come on.
Low 15.
First point, Alfie.
Always want to get a good start there, don't you? Show your opponent you mean business.
all.
Here's a man on a mission.
Out. 30-15. all.
Oh, and he's found the line. What a return. Something we're so used to seeing from Alfie Hewett. He's always on the prowl on the return. I'm not sure there's A player in wheelchair tennis who is as aggressive as he is off the return. I'm not sure if you can see there, but how much the ball was moving at such a good angle. I mean, the ball was just veering off to the left.
Let for service. Deuce.
Come on at a fist bump in the first game for Alfie Hewett. Back to deuce.
Fault. Fault.
Mighty close,
Advantage, Hewett.
but it is a double fault for the Spaniard, so an immediate break point in the opening service game for Alfie Hewett.
Fault. Deuce.
Oh, beautiful. Nice rolled forehand. And it's just inside the baseline.
Out. Advantage, De La Puente.
De La Puente getting a early vamos in as well. I think there's going to be a lot of those from both players in this match.
Should be like a De La Puente Hewett bingo card. Just tick them off as we go along.
Fault. Game, De La Puente.
Well, he heard his
First
opponent
game.
say shot. Indeed it was. And just digs himself out of a little hole in that first service game. And conditions, whether they're coming across on screen or not, I don't know, but we can tell you because we're right beside the court, is we can hear things rattling around, see them moving around. So the trees are bending quite a bit in the not too distant area behind court number one. So at the moment, serving is tricky, to say the least.
Alfie Hewett to serve.
Alfie Hewett's turn to see just how tricky it is. The Spaniard came through eventually with flying colours. And it's love one, first set.
Fault.
clever shot there from De La Puente.
Low
Saw
15.
that Hewett was on the back foot, wasn't he? Struggling to get this one and made his move forward. Makes it so much easier. Executed it so well. That was a prime example of the wind. A huge gust just as Hewett was trying to hit it.
Oh, come up with some tricks and flicks in the early stages here, the Spaniard.
Just dealing with the wind a little bit better as well. It's really, really tough conditions. Like Bob said, it's not easy to necessarily judge when you're not by the court, but it is blowing in all directions out here.
Fault.
And the weird thing is it then subsides and then blows up again. So you're not quite sure how to time your serve to try and get in between those gusts.
Low 40.
Oh, you end up rushing as well, don't you? Because you, like you say, when there's those periods where there is no wind, you're trying to throw the ball up as quickly as you can to make the most of it. So you end up losing your rhythm on the serve.
So 3 break points in the first service game of Alfie Hewett. And he won't need all 3, I don't think.
Game
No, he
De La
won't.
Puente.
Very much in control at that point.
De La Puente leads.
And
2 games
as
to
you were
love.
saying, Anna, the Spaniard is dealing with the conditions better than the Brit at this stage and has that early breakthrough. He'll have to contend with the wind for his next service game, but he's already come through one, so he knows what it's about, and he leads 2-love.
Out. 15 love. Fault.
Oh no.
15 all.
That's where you feel a bit of a fall, doesn't it? You're in that position where, oh, it's going to go long. It's not. Too late. Can't do anything about it.
Definitely done that too many times in my career, especially when it's so windy as well. You're convinced that that wind's going to help it along, and all of a sudden it dies down and it just dips. Saw that puff of chalk come up again.
Out. 30-15.
Yeah, we're talking about speedy serves in the last match. De La Puente has a fair kick on it.
Let first service. Hey! 40-15.
Threw himself out of his chair there, De La Puente.
40-30.
came back with interest. Into the rhythm now. Last 2 points. The real Alfie Hewett showing himself.
Much better returns, wasn't it? Again, just watch his movement forward. That's a danger for De La Puente if you don't quite find your spots on the serve, especially to that forehand wing of Alfie Hewett.
Position of comfort in this service game. Now just looking down the barrel a bit.
Out.
Looked long to me.
That was a brave serve though, wasn't it?
Well, I've got to say, from our angle, we were at the other end of the court, that did look long. Alfie's not happy. Honestly, it did look long to me.
Did look more long than in, but obviously the umpire not agreeing.
Well, you can't change it now. We don't have any line technology here. Though I have a little suggestion, which I'm going to put forward at the end of this game. Sorry. Well, however much he contorted himself in his chair, there he wasn't able to get that one back.
It was an unbelievably good get though, wasn't it, from De La Puente? Hewett just ripped the ball deep back down the middle of the court for him to move his chair out of the way.
Out.
Really intense hitting from De La Puente. He's really come out man on a mission in these opening 3 games.
Out. Game. De La Puente.
Well, made it difficult for himself, and also a couple of great winners by Alfie Hewett, but ultimately the Spaniard comes through. Just to update you on the women's semi-finals, which are going on right now on courts 2 and 4. The all-Dutch affair, Dida de Groot against Jiske Griffioen, has gone the way of Griffioen by 7 games to 6, 7-2 on the tie-break. And there's another Dutch woman who's on court 4, Aniek van Koot, and she has just lost the first set to Yui Kamiji by 6 games to 3. Right, I've got a suggestion here. It might be a bit far-fetched, but bear with me on this.
Okay.
Are you old enough to remember Cyclops?
No.
But you've heard of it?
I have. You'll have to explain it to me.
Right, so before Hawkeye, and they're going to come back out, so I'm not getting a chance to develop this, but before Hawkeye was Cyclops, right, which used to be on the service line, which used to bleep if the ball went beyond the service line, right?
Right.
It's kind of been mothballed and put into the Wimbledon Museum now, but why could it not be used for an event like this? Only service, it would only be the service line, but you would know on the service whether it was in or out.
That is a
if
very
you
good...
haven't got line judges, which you haven't got here.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's a question maybe for the LTA. Bring Cyclops out of retirement, put it here. Still the working parts.
Out. 15 left.
Have you never seen the Ilya Nastasi thing? Which is very funny. When it first came in, he started talking to it like it was actually a person. He bent down and started having a conversation with Cyclops.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to give it a little look.
It was quite effective for a while before technology we have these days with Hawkeye, which obviously is used for all the lines, not just the service line, but yeah, I think it still could have a place in 2024.
Not up.
I suppose there's always that thing about, unfortunately, money is a big
11.
part, isn't it? It's just whether they've got the funding to be able to bring something like that out.
But I'm sure I had somebody say there's going to be automated line calls on the WTA and ATP circuits next year.
Yeah, quite
That's
possibly.
going to do away with most line judges and have it automatic.
Yeah. I think that's a little bit of a shame. I know there's obviously
30-15.
the human error aspect of the line calling, but if you've got Hawkeye and you can challenge, I think it adds another dimension to the game, but obviously it, well, for the most part, makes it foolproof with the line calls if you have the automated system. So I don't think players, even when they do have Hawkeye,
40-15.
are still totally convinced, because they always think their eyesight's better than the technology, don't they?
Oh, Jack Draper was all over the place the other night. In terms of selecting when you want to use it and when you don't want to use it. It's only run out halfway through a set. No challenges left. Well, if anybody can get to a ball like that, it's Alfie Hewett, so you know that's been perfectly
40,
placed if
30.
he can't get to it.
Fault.
Playing some sparkling tennis. Here's the Spaniard at this stage. So it's just too good for Alfie Hewett. Putting a lot of pressure back on him. And looking for the double break here.
Fault. Advantage de la Puente.
Yeah, and a point for a 4-love lead. The traps really well. Dealt with the conditions maybe better than Alfie Hewett. He's got a bit of work to do. As we mentioned, he's lost the first set in their last 2 encounters, so perhaps this is the game strategy. Who knows?
Really good play again, using that drop shot, that short
Deuce.
slice, especially in these windy conditions. Really smart from Hewett. Again, you can just see it's almost like a banana the way it veers off, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got some lovely soft touches, not all about power and aggression. It's the part of this game that works very well, but you can have some nice sleight of hand as well, like he just has.
Fault.
Oh, again, just too good. It's finding areas of the court
Advantage
de la
de la
Puente
Puente.
that Hewett cannot access.
Bossing a lot more of the points, isn't he? When he's able to get the first strike in, he's getting Hewett on the move.
So another break point for 4-love to the Spaniard. Interesting choice going for the slice on that
Juice.
serve, I thought.
Yeah, I didn't mind the shot selection. I was more just well, not concerned, but about the direction. I thought maybe it would be better to try and go over the lower part down the middle of the court. Chose to try and knife it over the highest part of the net in these conditions. Pretty tricky.
Yeah, points like that, he's absolutely
Advantage.
bossing at the
De la
moment.
Puente.
He's having a good old chunter away to himself. Not happy.
I don't think it's too often that he'll be feeling like he's not in control of a match. De La Puente really is bossing most of these rallies.
That's what he needed.
Juice.
First ace for Alfie Hewett. Keeping game number 4. Brings it back to deuce again. Just be very careful with that. You don't collide with the net. You never know quite
Advantage.
how deep it's going to
Hewett.
be when it comes over. He was hurtling in at quite a rate of knots as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, pretty quick change of direction at the end once he'd hit that smash. But you feel like this could be a really important game in this first set for Alfie Hewett.
Out game Hewett.
Let's go. Let's see whether he can back
La
up
Puente
his
leads.
claim and it's
3 games to 1.
exclamation. That's the first game on the board for the number 1 seed. World number 2 and 3-1. Got some news about the schedule for later. Sadly, Andy Lapthorne is not feeling well. He pulled out of his singles match in the second set earlier against Sam Schroeder. He will not be participating in the quad doubles final. So it'll be a walkover for Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink. But good news for one of the men on court right now, who's just got that winner, Martin
15
De La
up.
Puente, with his doubles partner Joachim Gerard, will be on this court for the 4th match up against Britain's Ben Bartram and Spain's Daniel Cavacic. That's going to be the 4th match on court number 1 later on. So we'll see the number 1 seeds and second opportunity to see De La Puente in doubles in match 4.
Fault. 15 all.
Second double for Martin De La Puente. Oh, beautiful. Needs a few more of those. The accompanying fist pump tells you what he thinks about
15-13.
it.
I really like that return as well from Hewett. It's not always about pace. Just took it really early. Blocked the ball back, just found a bit more angle.
Fault. Fault. 15-14.
I can imagine that Alfie Hewett's the kind of player that makes you do that, because you just need to kind of put a bit more extra effort in to try and counteract what he could do on the return, and you just kind of overcook it a bit.
Well, especially when you see him moving forwards, he's always going to see it out of the corner of his eye. So you do feel like at the last minute you've just got to give it a little extra something.
Well, chance for a break back here. 2 break points for Alfie Hewett. That's a brilliant serve down the middle, though.
30-14.
1 saved after 2 double faults. Kind of self-inflicted wounds a bit for Spaniard so far, but still got a bit of work to do to get out of this game. 1-3. 3-1 in his case. Second serve, maybe, for Hewett to jump all over. Here he comes.
No, I think it clipped the line. I
Just
saw
line.
some chalk.
He's not happy.
Deuce.
We'll agree to disagree.
Let's see if we can get a replay on that at the end of the game, maybe. What is in the truck? 'Cause I was convinced, but yeah, again, you're the player, you know this instinctively more than I do. But
I was looking at it.
But Alfie was closest to both of us for the ball than both of us. And he's a bit biased, but still.
Advantage.
I thought he got
Hewett.
robbed to that previous point. That's always to say the problem when you haven't got judges is being judged from the chair, not right alongside it. And gets up again, not helping the De La Puente serve,
Out.
or indeed the Hewett reply.
Deuce. Out. Advantage Hewett.
Real struggle for Martin De La Puente to get out of this game. Another advantage point for Hewett. If he breaks here, might just change the whole momentum of this match. All been spandied up to this stage. Every time, though, he comes up with a great first serve. How frustrating. Waiting for him just to go off the boil, but that first serve is holding up pretty well. When he gets it in, juice again.
Fault. Out. Advantage Hewett.
I said let's go quite a few times now, and the following point has not got his favour. But he has advantage again. This is the third, is it third or fourth break point for Hewett in this game?
Fault.
Yeah, just too long. So this time he gets a second serve to look at. See how far he is into the court when this lands.
Fault. Game Hewett.
Double fault, went for the angle, and it went
De La
just
Puente
wide
leads 3 games to
of
2.
the service tram line. Fourth double fault. I think there was 3 in that game.
Yeah, there was.
So that's handed the initiative back to Alfie Hewett a little bit. He's obviously got to hold on to his serve, but obviously looking much better from Britain's point of view. And he hung in well there after a fairly indecisive start. Back to 2-3 as we go back on serve. Yeah, just kind of developing that thought about Cyclops. I mean, it's not been used for a long time. There's probably a very good reason. It's probably rust.
They did show the replay.
Oh,
I'm afraid to say it was in.
It was it.
It was in.
Right. Thanks.
I mean, we
thanks
still
for
might
those
we
answers.
still might disagree.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, okay. Right. Thanks for that. Just proving Anna right for the umpteenth time.
Thanks, guys.
Shown to be complete ignoramus. But that technology, all right. I say it's ancient. It's not, but it would still be effective
Time.
if you just had a call like this and you stuck Cyclops, you turned the thing on, and it told you, it bleeped if the ball was long.
Yeah.
If you haven't got enough officials, and of course most of them are at Wimbledon at the moment for obvious reasons, then at least you got a bit of technology which would help you a little bit. Maybe an updated version of it, maybe not the old style version, but maybe a slightly revamped version of it. Might be quite effective.
Yeah, it could be an option. Maybe something for them to look into.
I'll take 10%.
Fault. Low 15.
Suppose the argument, though, is that there's technology that's got to be fitted. It's a lot tougher to get all of that set up rather than just having an umpire. And obviously, there will be calls that are incorrect and players will disagree. But I guess for the most part, the umpires will make the correct line calls.
Fault. Fifteen all. Out. 15-13.
Nice serve. Very effective. Where he wants it.
30 all.
On the sideline. That will be his second ace.
Out.
Just too long. Nice idea. Just a bit too much pace
40-30.
on it.
That game earlier on in the set, though, where Hewett managed to save all those break points, still Puente not able to get the double break. That's been huge so far. It's been a huge change of momentum towards the Hewett favour.
Fault. Out. Game Hewett. 3 games all.
It's a rather more vociferous let's go from Alfie Hewett as he drags himself to parity again. 3 games all. It's been a struggle. Probably not quite playing his best tennis at the stage, but hanging in there. And it's going back to 3-3. The De La Puente serve coming under scrutiny for game number 7.
Fault.
He's just making his move. He's got all the
Low 15.
momentum, has Hewett.
Out. Love 30.
I don't think he agrees with the line call. Can he get side clubs on the sidelines as well?
I'm not going on that one, but my immediate reaction was the umpire got it right. It was close to the umpires, right below his eyes, so That should be the easiest call for him to make.
I think it was clearly wide. Maybe that's just a sign of the pressure that De La Puente is starting to feel.
Low 14.
Amazing how in the space of about 10 minutes or so matches can completely change the context of it. 3-love down, all of a sudden got a break point to go 4-3 up.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Game,
And one is all he
Hewett.
needs. Yeah, suddenly
New balls, please.
the real Alfie Hewett has arrived. He's
Hewett
very
leads
much on court
4
number
games to
1 at
3.
Roehampton. He's starting to boss this semi-final against Martin De La Puente. Women's semis on court 2 and 4. A bit of a change in the emphasis in the Dida de Groot against Jiska Griffian match. Jiska taking the first set 7-6 on tiebreak, but Dida has already broken in the second, leads 3-1, and it's deuce. In fact, just gone to advantage for Jiska on the de Groot serve at 3-1. On court 4, the other semi-final, also involving a Dutch woman against the Japanese Yui Kamiji, who took the first set 6-3, and it's going with serve in the second, with Van Koot leading by 3-2. And just a reminder, there will be a change in matches on court 1. There won't be
Time.
a quad doubles final because Andy Laptham not feeling very well at the moment, so that will be replaced by Martin De La Puente and Joachim Gerard up against Ben Bartram and Daniel Cavassacci. That'll be the men's doubles semi-final on court 1, match number 4. So all going now in Alfie Hewett's direction as he's got his nose in front and serving at the commentary box there.
Out.
A lot of unforced errors
15
now
left.
from the Spaniards, which there weren't before.
Just over pressing a little bit, isn't he? Combination of Hewett doing a little bit more with his ground strokes, and maybe De La Puente just starting to feel the pressure, the scoreboard pressure especially.
Out.
And also when you have such a poor
30 left.
record against a player, obviously just getting that one victory back in 2023, that definitely plays into the back of your mind, especially when you've maybe got a little bit of an advantage on the scoreboard.
Fault.
Very close, very close. That's a difficult one for the umpire to call,
I thought that was wide.
but it's a fault nonetheless.
Out. 40
Yeah, I
left.
can't remember too many good returns from Martin De La Puente for a while. Hewett so has really honed to perfection, and De La Puente just spraying the ball pretty much everywhere right now, making the points quite easy for the world number 2 and number 1 seed here. Better point.
40,
That was an
15.
unbelievable pickup though from
Yeah.
Hewett, wasn't it? To be able to get out of the way. Just look here, he's moving forward. Unbelievable hand skills.
Yeah, well inside the baseline too.
Let for service. Game Hewett. Hewett leads 5-3.
And the game away from taking a first set. He wasn't even really in it for the first 3 games. Has managed to completely do a 180 on this and turn it around. Now, as it has been last couple of games, pressure all back on the Spaniard and on his serve in not ideal serving conditions.
Fault.
Remember, 3 double faults in his last service game. Perfect return. Unreturnable.
Below 15.
With loads of pace on it, landing in exactly the right place. This is what got Alfie Hewett to world number 1.
Let first service. Fault.
At this time, there definitely was a massive puff of chalk, but I think it might have been a puff of chalk on the tram line. Just went past the service line. Haven't seen as many of those, have we?
15-all.
The De La Puente forehand was really potent in the first 3 games. And it's sort of gone off the boil.
I'll change it now, Alfie, whatever it was. Move on. That's more like it. That's what we saw from the
30-15.
Spaniard early in the first set. It's well-constructed points. Nice slice, nice shot. Getting himself ahead in this game. 30-15.
Fault. Hanging
Hanging into the set. If you want to see this one, be careful for the ball go on. You might well get some wheels right across your feet in a moment.
Game De La Puente.
Well, that's the ace.
Hewett leads 5 games to 4.
Undo that double from the game. 2 aces now, apiece. And Alfie Hewett will have to serve to win this first set. Right, not going to get obsessed by this, but I want to mention Cyclops one more time, right? So I just checked. Last used at Wimbledon 2007, so it's not quite as ancient technology as I thought.
17 years. 17 years. That's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, but because it came in the 80s.
Okay.
It was first, you were talking about Nastasi, right? He played in the 80s. So I actually thought that Cyclops was kind of eased out or taken out of the system earlier than that. So last time at the US Open, where it was also used, 2006. Oh, hello. What's going on here? Flotilla of helicopters. Did you order these?
I did actually.
Are these yours?
Yeah, they're taking me for lunch after.
Is it a flotilla? I don't know what a collection of helicopters is. Probably not flotilla, but...
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, it is election day, so maybe it's
Time.
party leaders moving across the country or something.
Look quite military-esque, don't
Yeah,
they?
they do. Something serious. Don't want to make light of it just in case. But anyway, 2006 last time at the US Open, 2007 last time. So yes, 17 years. But considering it came in the 80s, it lasted for over 25 years. So it was obviously effective for a quarter of a century. So I still think it's got a purpose. That's what I'm saying.
Quite possibly. You need to find the people who you need to speak to and float this idea around.
Yeah, I think there's a Briton and a Maltese who came up with the original idea. If they're still around. Imagine the patents are still there and the copyrights are still there. Somebody could make it again, upgrade it for 2024 technology.
Yeah, quite possibly.
I think it's a go myself, but probably nobody else will, so I'll probably die a death after this conversation.
What events would you choose to use it
Well,
at?
something like here, I think here is ideal because you don't have line judges. And we've already had a load of contentious service questions, haven't we?
Would you use it at ITF events as well? Or
Well, if it was effective, yes,
15
why
level.
not? You know, and I say it would just be for line calls. Obviously, you couldn't do anything else. But it's obviously service calls are obviously the ones you see at Wimbledon. Where are most of the challenges? Service box. Are they? The most of the times it's the service that gets challenged.
Out.
Yeah, so I just think obviously
30 love.
events like this, you can't get a full contingent of lines judges. You will probably for the finals here, but you know, try and take some of the arguments out between the umpire and the players, because you can't argue with technology. It's there. You know, you can't argue the bleeping box, can you? That's the point.
I mean, I'm sure they would still argue that
Yeah,
that's
but
a
they
problem.
won't get anything back because it can't reply to it. And the umpire can just say, "Well, that's technology for you."
I suppose it's a similar principle with the net machine as well. A lot of the times the players don't agree with it.
40
No,
love.
quite. But that's a vibration thing, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't there a little tremolo thing on it which kind of registers whether there's any vibration on the top?
Yeah.
Whereas this, it's a little bit more. So I've got to show it to you because you've never played using that system. I'm going to show it to you at some point. Anyway, back to this match. 3 set points.
Fault.
3 set points for Alfie Hewett. He's turned this first set around from love 3. The verge of winning this set. Oh, he took so much pace off that as well, didn't he? Was that wise?
40-15.
Maybe he's trying to throw him off. But De La Puente did well. The ball bounced low, but he was still able to get the winner from it. Sometimes it's clever, though, with the change of pace. Haven't really seen that from Hewett today.
Still 2 set points.
Fault. Forty, 30.
Well, he finds another return.
Yeah, not done yet.
Fault. Fault. Deuce.
Second double fault from Alfie Hewett. Just when you think it's all going very much his way. Just a couple of spokes in the wheel here to just stop his progression. Back to deuce. Still a bit of work to do to get over the line in set 1. Grey 1-2 punch. That's what he required.
Advantage,
That's what he was
Hewett.
looking for. Great serve out wide. All De La Puente could do is get the ball back in play and opening up the court nicely for Hewett to get yet another set point.
Fault.
That was definitely wide. Hewett can't be looking at that one. There's clear space between the ball and the line.
That could be a double as well.
Out.
Yeah, I thought that was wide as well.
Deuce.
Yeah, oh, it doesn't matter. He gets the point anyway, so why is he complaining? I don't actually get that because he's won the point. Yeah, I do. Right. Shut up about the other thing, but I'm kind of underlining my own argument here, aren't I? Like this?
Has anyone got any contacts involved with Cyclops? If they do, send him a message.
Oh, It's in the Wimbledon Museum. The stuff's still there.
Advantage. Hewett.
Dust it off, bring it back out again.
Well, it's a revamped, updated version. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying use the one's probably rusting in the Wimbledon Museum right now. Get a new version of it.
Yeah, maybe.
The technology these days probably costs next to nothing.
Fault. Out game and first set.
Slugfest, ultimately
6 games
won
to 4.
by Alfie Hewett. And he's managed somehow, some way, to turn around a set that was going very much the way of the Spaniard. It took maybe a little longer than you would have liked to have got that win on the first set, anyway, secured. But it is 6-4 to the #1 seed and world #2. And Alfie Hewett is half away towards that final. And we know that he will be facing Gustavo Fernandez, who beat Gordon Reid earlier today. It's not an all-British final, but it will be Gusty against, well, who? Let's look at the service details and all the other details with that.
Yeah, it was a topsy-turvy one, wasn't it? The 3 initial games for De La Puente. He came out all guns blazing. It really wasn't at the races, was he, for that opening portion of the set? But got better and better as the set went on. Those 71% of first serve points won. They were crucial for him, especially in that game where he had to save break points. Almost went a double breakdown. And for De La Puente, you're going to think it's a case of missed opportunities.
Yeah, in the end, only 4 points between them. That's how tight it was. Once it was 6-4 in terms of the games, only 4 points difference. And now most of the component parts in the Alfie Hewett game seem to be working. He was getting a little bit cranky with himself a couple of times. The early wins did not help. That was having quite an effect on his service motion and some of his shots as well. But 52 minutes, he got that first serve and first set all wrapped up. 6-4, and well, so it changes the pattern of the encounters between these two in the last 3 matches.
Martín de la Puente to serve.
Where the Spaniards won the first set. But he's got a bit of work to do now, starting serving in the second.
Fault. Low 15. Fault. Low 13. Out. 15-13. Fault. 30 all.
Fellas say it quite a few times over the last 3 days. The ball straight back at the chair is one of the most effective. It's really difficult to respond to. He would try and do his best, keep the ball in play, but wasn't able to do so. So again, De La Puente battling in a service game at 30 all. We'll get a look at the second serve, which I'm sure he'll be climbing all over when it lands.
He tried, didn't he?
40,
Just
30.
didn't quite get the timing right this time.
Out. Game De La Puente. First game, second set.
Kind of fell away a bit. Hewett very much in the ascendant for a bit, and then last 2 points relatively poor, allowing the Spaniard to get on top. Just a quick update on the. Oh, in fact, one's finished. Only got one live score at the moment, which is the group looking like she's going to go 1-set-all with Iska Griffian.
Low 15.
I can't find the result of the other one. It's gone off the live. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not finished yet. Annick van Koot is on the verge of losing to Yui Kimiji. 3-6, 4-5. Kimiji has 15 love on her serve, so serving for the match. So Yui Kimiji 6-3 and 5-4, and 15 love against van Koot.
Out. Low 30.
What we are getting in this match, both of them chatting away to each other, having little conversations about stuff. I'm sure that's for their benefit or their coach's benefit, but he's had his say about some things, and De La Puente likewise.
I wish my Spanish was a little bit better so I could understand.
She'll work between now and next year.
Duolingo.
Yeah, do instant conversions. And like some of these we don't want to translate.
Fault.
I think we know Amos. That's something he would have picked up from his idol Rafa Nadal.
Nadal would have been
40.
pleased with that slice, wouldn't he?
He would. I say, I always find matches like this quite curious because this is how he was playing in the early stages of the first set, and that game kind of disappeared, but it's back again. He's managed to refine that form. He's got 3 break points.
That is one thing that De La Puente does have, though, is resilience. He's such a fighter out there.
15.
He'll have
40.
to look to try and put the disappointment of that first set behind him.
So we'll break the Hewett serve 2 more times, just take it to deuce. And landed flush
30,
on
40.
the baseline. Audio version of Google Translate.
Let for service.
It's another thing you can invent. Bring back Cyclops.
I've got time. I'm working on Cyclops. That's my mission in life, is to get this Cyclops reinstated in tennis.
Just willing himself on, isn't he? knows he necessarily doesn't have his best tennis out there today, but he's just getting through on grit and determination.
Well, I
Advantage.
don't know how you feel about
Hewett.
it as a player, but the last 2 points have basically been handed to him on a plate, and you get the massive roar. Now, I get the example, but if you get a winner, if you created something yourself, I understand why you get really excited and the emotions come out. But when you're winning points on faults or other people's errors, is it the same? No.
I think in fairness to Alfie, on that
Deuce.
previous point at deuce, he did come up with a big serve, and it was a forced error, but you know, I'm not really a fan of...
No, do you get my point, though? That
Yeah.
If you have a great winner or an ace or something that you created, every reason to get excited and pumped
Yeah.
up. But when you're kind of getting excited about other people's errors...
Yeah, but
doesn't-
again, it was a good serve from... It did force the error, but the previous point where De La Puente had a fairly routine forehand and missed, and there was a big come on again, I do understand what you're saying, and double faults, I really hate it when people give a massive come on.
Fault.
I don't think that's a great look.
Fault.
Ooh, that was tight.
Advantage De La Puente.
That was tight. The amount of questionable line calls from serves today. I was on my piece on that. Advantage De La Puente. For 2 love.
I think I did agree with that call, though. Definitely didn't see a puff of chalk come up. I think it just crept wide. Frustratingly for Hewett.
Out.
So, a question. Would that
Deuce.
serve constitute him being able, forcing error to say, come on? Or do you feel like that?
I think it's a bit false. I mean, I think he can give it full gusto and fully blown when you've got a winner and a great serve that's an ace, but I don't feel quite as comfortable about it when somebody else has made a mistake on the other side. But
Fault.
now, if he serves a double now, De La Puente could go, yeah.
Prove your point.
And barely any reaction from the Spaniard
Advantage.
there when you
De
could
La
have
Puente.
expected there'd be one. Right. There's
Yeah.
a lot of work there to get that point.
We saw a reaction from Hewett, though, didn't he? Bit of a ding of the racket onto the grass. Frustration. Following a similar pattern to the opening set.
Yeah, what I'm not saying is I don't want to see players' emotions. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Game De La Puente.
Now he's
De
really
La Puente
frustrated.
leads 2 games to
Now
love.
he's really annoyed. Yeah, he said it. Why am I trying to be too clever?
I was hoping he'd finish the answer.
Yeah. Can we ask him?
Yeah.
Can we stop him?
Yeah.
Umpire, can we stop the match and ask him that question? Why are you trying to be too clever?
I think it's a valid question, though. I think especially in, we've harped on about the conditions today, especially when it's so tough, you've got to give yourself bigger margins. Clever shots aren't really going to work out here. It's got to play more percentage tennis.
With the early break, but they're gone. They're gone. There again. He got the early break in the first set. Wasn't able to build upon it.
15 love.
So it has echoes of the beginning of the match, doesn't it?
Fault. Love.
It's not quite a carbon copy of the first set, but it's very close to it.
Fault. Stupid decisions.
It sounds like he's mic'd up. He's literally right next to our microphone on the court there. We don't have a radio mic on him or anything, but he's literally right beside our microphone. I hope he's aware of that.
40-15.
That's one thing as a player, you don't really think about those things too often. You're sort of in your own world, and whatever comes into your head you end up saying out loud. It's great for us. It's always entertaining.
Fault.
That's more like it from the return. Went for a bigger
40-13.
margin. Feel like that's what he's got to try and do a little bit more. He said it earlier, why he's trying to be so clever in these tough conditions. Give yourself as big a margin as you possibly can. Allow your opponent to miss the next shot.
Fault.
Were you thinking what I was thinking there? Here comes a double. There are occasions where you think this has a feel of a double about it. And duly delivered. And that means that Hewett has a sniff and a break back immediately here.
Out.
But he comes back with a big serve.
Advantage de
Hewett
la
up.
Puente.
Feeling another double here or not? Or
No.
confident?
No, not this time. That was
Deuce.
dicing with a potential call. But that's the umpire from his vantage point. Felt it clipped a bit of the line. And benefit of the doubt given to Alfie Hewett.
Out. Advantage de la Puente.
Yeah, see, that's a fist bump.
Juice.
Don't have a problem with that. Don't have a problem with that. And for the most part, I don't, to be fair. If you won it, you put a good return in. You have a reason to vent your thoughts and your emotions. Some SPF 50 going around today because it is quite warm. It's kind of, I think it's quite high in UV today as well. This could be the never-ending game.
Advantage de la Puente.
Careful, Alfie. I'm sure I had a rude word there.
Yeah, that's where you completely forget that there are microphones all around the court. Or to be honest, you just don't really care.
We don't have the bleep machine here.
Maybe that's another thing. The bleep machine. It's just inventing today.
How do we carry all this technology?
Game de la Puente.
Well, it took a long
De la
time.
Puente leads 3 games to love. Second
De La
set.
Puente
First
does
set,
get
Hewett.
the job done for game 3. And, well, where we were in the first set, so we are in the second set. With De La Puente with the early break leading by 3 games to love. Let's try and see if we can update you on the other matches in progress, 2 women's singles in particular. I'm expecting to have finished by now. In fact, I think it has. So let's have a look at the completed one. Here we go. Yui Kamiji has beaten Anique Van Coort 6-3, 6-4. So it'll be Yui Kamiji in the final. As far as the other semi is concerned, that's gone to a 3rd set. And they've been on court nearly 2 hours now. Dida de Groot has got the 2nd set, 6-4, after Jiska Griffian took the 1st set on the tiebreak, and they're into the first game of the 3rd set there. And just going on, well, it should be going on soon, is Yui Kamiji with Kugazzo and Gianni, but that won't be happening for a while because she's just finished, and then Angelica Bernal and Lucy Schuker will be combining on court number 4. As we bring our attention back to court number 1, Alfie Hewett has some work to do, as indeed he did in the first set. Trails again by love 3.
Low 15.
The second set's got a really similar feel to the first set, hasn't it? It was 3-love down. Was able to find a way back.
Fault.
Come on,
30-15.
translation. Smith. Please.
I did do Spanish GCSE, but that was quite a long time ago. I wish. Maybe I just look younger than I actually am, but...
The using is working very effectively. Whee! I know what that means.
The universal.
Whee!
Had a few of those earlier from Gustavo Fernandez, didn't we?
Yeah, obviously both speaking the same language. intensity up here a bit, isn't he? Not going to get to that.
That was a clever shot, wasn't it?
30-40.
Always a smart play to use a lob. He's got so much space at the back of the court. Oh, he went for the underarm serve.
Deuce.
Yeah. It wasn't really. We were still in the replay when that point started, and De La Puente is saying, well, I wasn't ready to receive.
You do have to play to the speed of the server, though. But, yeah, that's a tough one for the umpire to call.
Let first service.
What's your views on underarm serving?
Don't particularly like it. Has nothing to do with Mr. Kyrgios, but I'm not a massive fan.
Advantage, Hewett.
Right, so this is obviously the point we're talking about. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with an underarm serve if the opponent is ready, but Alfie almost looked like he saw that he wasn't ready.
Game, Hewett.
Yeah, and it comes then down to the umpire, but as you mentioned,
De La Puente
the
leads
premise
3 games to
of
1. Second
tennis,
set.
able-bodied or wheelchair tennis, is you play to the server's speed. You know, often there's quite a long delay between points in wheelchair tennis. You've got two people who play quite quickly here, and Alfie's probably the quickest player on the tour, so he likes to get on with it, doesn't tend to hang around a lot. So you played him 21 times before. You know what he's like the first time you played him. You know what kind of speed he plays the game at.
15 love.
To be fair, you've got a chance to do it against him if you want to at some point.
15-all.
That's twice it's happened to him in the match today. Oh, he's misread it. Oh, it's honing in on the baseline.
Just finding some form, isn't he, Hewett?
15-30.
Depth at the moment. All of them landing either on or just inside the baseline. Obviously, that's where De La Puente tends to be stationed at that point.
Out. 15-14.
Oh, we lost the ball now. Grab our ball back, please.
You can just see it there in the corner. It's gone behind the...
Retrieve that.
Game, Hewett.
Well, there's a big smile all over De La Puente's face.
De La Puente
It'll
leads.
be more of a
3
grimace,
games
I'm
to
sure,
2.
than a smile.
Second set.
Because
First
this
set,
is,
Hewett.
almost a complete replica of what we saw early. Spani getting off to a flying start in the first set, getting off to a flying start in the second set, and 3-love lead in the first, and now it's back on serve. Now, do you fancy being the next Lucy Schuker or Alfie Hewett or Gordon Reid? Well, you could be. Give you a chance to see how good your tennis skills might be in a wheelchair, because the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Day is coming up in September and October. They are free, so don't worry about having to pay a lot of money or fork out any costs for it. Designed for people with disability who might potentially be inspired by the summer of grass court tennis and, of course, the Paralympics in Paris in August. Go to the LTA website, lta.org.uk, and look for Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days, September, October, Taking place in Bolton, Nottingham, Norwich, where of course Alfie Hewett trains, and the National Tennis Centre here at Roehampton. Good luck if you're involved in that. Hope to see you playing in the future. Back to this one. 2-3. Alfie Hewett to serve.
Love 15.
You can hear his coach quite a bit. Kind of wondering where that Spanish is coming from, but yeah, it's coming from his coach in the stand.
Love 30.
This has been so topsy-turvy, this match, hasn't it?
Fault. Out. 15-30.
He's served 3 aces in the match so far. To up that stat, I'm sure.
Out. 30 all.
I feel he's battling himself as well as his game right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
Nothing's coming easy, is it? Because he can make it look very easy when he's on top of his game.
We saw that in his first match this week as well.
30-40.
He's definitely battling himself. So they were seeing him get a little bit more frustrated than we normally see. Like you said, there's a lot of muttering that's been going on, directed to his box, just to the left of our commentary box.
Break point. De La Puente for a 4-2 lead.
Deuce. Fault. Fault.
He made the early call, Alfie, to be fair. He has to give him a quizzical look up, go, what's that? He needs to make a call pretty quickly.
That is an unbelievable dig.
Advantage. De La Puente.
The racket was going to go flying there for a second.
He's not happy out there, is he?
He's not happy with the umpire, is what he's not happy with. He's saying that decisions are always going in his opponent's favour.
I'm not sure I would totally agree with that.
Game De La Puente. New balls, please.
Well, he's advanced a bit further
De La Puente
in
leads
set
4
2
games to 2.
than set
Second
1
set.
in terms of having that advantage. He's got 2 games between him and Alfie Hewett on the stage. And yeah, Alfie seems to be worrying a bit more about exterior things that he can't control at this stage.
It's easily done though when the frustration creeps in. It's really hard to keep your mind set in the process of what you need to do. You can see him just there taking a big deep breath. Did he say so angry? Was my lip reading right there?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a happy bum.
No,
Out,
he's
15
not.
left.
But this is where he's got to try and forget about all of that, otherwise his second set could really run away from him. Got to realise it's only one break of serve. Things can change in the blink of an eye.
all.
Well, he showed loads of it in the first set, more than just flashes of brilliance, but it's been sporadic in set 2. Here's another example of it. Needs to string 4 or 5 of those together.
Out. 15-13.
Can we turn the microphone up a little bit higher? I really want to hear more of this conversation.
Yeah, that's worth a fist bump.
15-14.
That's a good response. Could get that break back here. Immediate break back, a good thing for him and for his blood pressure, I think. She's got closer to the backstop, hasn't she? She's up against it now. Quite like my toes.
Out.
Was it? Ooh.
I think that's a tough call though.
Ooh.
I think the chair's
30-14.
in the way, isn't it?
Looking back at his coach. So was it? We've got a camera, we can look at that maybe at the end of the set, or the end of this game rather. Because we couldn't really tell with the other end of the court, but just look at the juxtaposition where the wheels were when the ball landed.
Fault.
It's a double anyway.
Game, Hewett.
So we'll have to worry about that. That's 7 double
De La
faults
Puente
for
leads
the
4
Spaniard.
games to 3. Second set.
And
First
have to
set,
get
Hewett.
straight back into it. Where do you stand on, obviously Davis Cup, Billie Jean King Cup, you have in effect a timeout, don't you, where you get the players in and talk tactics and what's working, what's not working. Could it work in environments like this, that you want to say, right, I want a timeout to talk to my coach here because it's all going a bit squiffy, I can't get things working, I want to have 30 seconds with my coach or a minute with my coach. Would you better work that in within the fabric of tennis?
I mean, they've tried it before, haven't they? Especially on the women's side. There were, you'd allowed to bring your coach on once every set and have us change, or at the change of ends, you'd have a sit down and chat to them. I think they're still kind of trying to do that. They're allowing coaches to talk from the side, aren't they? I saw that at Wimbledon the other day, where a player went off court and had a little chat with their coach whilst the opponent was getting a comfort break. But I mean, I think it's been done for years, hasn't it? People have been coaching from the sideline even when it's not been allowed, and I think it's just the way that it's going to go.
But if you formally could bring on your coach onto court while you're having the change of ends, so you can go and sit over there with you for a minute and just say, this is what you need to do, this is not working, we talked about that in practice, why are you not doing what we talked about? Oh yeah, that's what we did talk about that. And suddenly you're back in the groove perhaps, because he's obviously have to have all his discourse from 40, 50 feet away.
Yeah, no, I do think
15.
it would be obviously a good tool, I think, for players to just get them to reset and refocus and maybe have a little bit of realism out there, because I think it's tough as a player to really know what's going on. You get an outside perspective, don't you, when you're the coach sat on the side of the court.
Out.
I think obviously the only tough thing is if you've got a player who doesn't have a coach against
Love
a player
30.
who does have a coach, they obviously have that advantage.
Alternatively, if you have a coach who's got two players playing at the same time, they can't be on
Yeah,
two courts at
exactly.
the same time.
Out.
Let's be honest, not all players would want it anyway. Probably the majority of players
15-13.
wouldn't. But to have that ability, let's say, after he's having a bit of a meltdown, and then he wants to talk to his coach, you know, he might just having a quick interchange with the coach for a minute might completely change his perspective of things and, you know, get him back on the right road for a match like this.
Fault.
I think that's what makes tennis so special, though, is that it is an individual sport and that you've got to go out there and problem solve on your own. I think if you bring in, I suppose, the coaching element, you kind of maybe take away that individuality a little bit of it, and you're always relying on an outside influence.
30
And I suppose maybe it gets a bit robotic. The coach tells you what to do, the player goes out and does it, and sometimes in those tough moments you want the player to be able to think, actually, do you know what, maybe I need to change up a tactic here, this play's working for me.
Fault.
We're talking like it's calamity time. It's not. Look at the scoreline. 3-4 and 30 all. Could easily be 4 all before long. There's a set in the bag as well.
Out.
And well out
40,
too.
30.
It's got a quizzical look, but there's no doubt about that. Even this side of the court, we can see that. So here we go. Hewett with a point for 4 all. So even though we've been talking about his travails, could easily go and win this in straight sets, and we'll forget all about all the concerns and issues he might have had. Just out of reach. He knew what I had to do to get there.
Deuce.
Able to do so. Again, De La Puente is working him hard. There was a game or two where he was giving some cheap points, but he's able to earn them all right now. Very good juice.
Out. Advantage. De La Puente. Let for service. Game De La Puente.
And he finds the return. And this match swings a
De La Puente
different way
leads
again.
5-3. Second set.
You have to give a lot of credit as well to De La Puente. The way he's put the disappointment of not winning that opening set behind him, obviously being 3-love, having break points to go a double break up as well. He could easily have got disappointed and let it run away from him.
Last time on grass, their only previous meeting on grass, Wimbledon. 6-3, 6-2. Relatively comfortable for Alfie Hewett. This is anything but.
Out. Love 15. Love 30. Out.
This is
Low
not
40.
a good game for De La Puente, handing points on a plate to Alfie Hewett, saying thank you. Not going to do any work for this. Now 40.
Oh. 15-40.
Dealt with that well, didn't he? That was
30,
tricky
40.
in the end. Hewett did well just to dig it out, make him play an extra ball. With a couple of really good points though.
Could have taken that. But, just managed to keep his composure, keep his balance. Bring it back to just the one break point, but Hewett has a second serve to look at now.
Out.
3
Deuce.
break points go begging.
Out.
That's
Advantage
like evasive
De La
action there.
Puente.
Did really well to just get his chair out of the way. We saw yesterday a few times where points, or balls were going out rather, and they hit the chair.
Deuce. Advantage De La Puente. Fault.
Just going to wonder where some of these returns were on those break points earlier in this game.
Deuce.
Trying to remain calm, not chatting to himself or to his coaching team. To figure out how he can focus and get himself out of this game on top. If he doesn't, the set will have gone. Oh, magical. Magical piece of work from the Spaniard to bring up
Advantage.
first set point.
De La Puente.
Yeah, there's the significance of that one, potentially.
Game
Oh,
and second
Hewett
set
into the net.
De La Puente.
Trying to anticipate and intercept early.
6 games to
And,
3.
it was his downfall. And
1-0.
the Spaniard takes the second set, so we're in for another 3, like we have been on the last 2 occasions these two players met. Slightly different pattern this time, though. Middle set always in previous encounters going to Alfie Hewett. Well, Spaniard has turned this one around. 6-3 for the second set. We are going the distance.
Yeah, it was an interesting set, wasn't it? Again, similar to the first set. We had a few strings of games, but De La Puente much better in terms of points won behind the first serve, up at 64%. Hewett dropped off significantly. But again, it was just the 5 points that were the difference, weren't it? It was such a close thing. I think Alfie Hewett's going to be slightly concerned the way that he started both of these opening 2 sets, isn't he? He's got to come out of the blocks a little bit quicker. Looks like both players are going to maybe take a comfort break or do something. I think Hewett probably needs to do that. You could see the frustration was just building and building throughout that second set. He's just got to try and clear his head, try and regroup and refresh. It's a 1-set shootout.
Hour and 40 they've been on court. So Alfie Hewett has taken the opportunity to go and have his comfort break. I think De La Puente needs to be happy to stay where he is. So we'll be back 6-4 then to Alfie Hewett first set, and 6-3 to Martin De La Puente. And for the long haul on this one, for the right to meet Gustavo Fernandez in the final tomorrow. Back in a few minutes.
Time.
Well, Alfie Hewett is back.
Final set.
So his break.
Alfie Hewett to
Clear his
serve.
head a bit. He didn't want to be going 3, but he is going to go 3 against Martin de la Puente. And here comes the deciding set for a place in the final.
Out. 15 lap. $15 all.
His opening exchange is going to be really important for Hewett. Those first 2 sets. Went down 3-love. Can't afford to do that again.
Well, no lack of effort from
15-30.
Alfie Hewett to try and get to balls here. No chance of actually reaching. Like this, for example. Getting under pressure on his serve. Second serve at 15-30. Yeah, pretty much that was coming back with force.
15-14.
With accuracy and low forehand drive has given de la Puente 2 break points in the opening game.
Went for it again with a drop shot
30-40.
return. Hewett was already on the move. Not quite sure why he chose to go for that. It looked like it was in the slot on the forehand. Could have ripped that one cross court.
Not out.
Nice option. Again,
Deuce.
some finesse from Alfie Hewett, just taking the way off the ball, making it die on the turf. So he'll be a bit more creative against de la Puente here. Back to Deuce.
Advantage de la Puente.
Double number 4 for Alfie Hewett compared to 7 from his opponent.
Out.
Finds another big backhand.
Yeah, that's worth a fist bump because
Deuce.
it's a well-constructed point. Just delayed a little on that shot. Didn't go for it straight away. Waited to see where de la Puente was positioned and put it in the corner. Again, making hard work of holding onto the service game.
Fault.
Doesn't feel like anything's come easy for Hewett today, has it?
Oh, what a rally. And Hewett had no right to win
Advantage,
that
Hewett.
at any stage. It had De La Puente's name written all over it.
I'm not quite sure. I'm still kind of understanding how he managed to get the shot previous to that back. I mean, there was no way, like you say, he should have even got his racket on it, let alone get it back where he did.
But he did, and he's got point for 1-love.
Game Hewett.
Alfie Houdini
First game,
Hewett,
final set.
we'll call him, because that was the great escape.
Absolutely right. And that type of point or that type of game could be the thing that just really changes the momentum around. First time he's managed to hold serve at the start of a set. All of a sudden, pressure's back on De La Puente.
You must be thinking, how did I lose that point? I was bossing it all the way through. And then he comes up with something absolutely remarkable and miraculous. Well, that's history. It's in the scorebook now. It's love 1. The work begins for the Spaniard on serve now.
Really held it well. Really smart use of the deep shot down the middle of the court. You just see here De La Puente having to backtrack. Just could only be defensive. Wasn't able to get enough spin on it. Hewett with a little for the wrist.
$15 all. Fault. Fault. 15-30.
Doble falta. Number 8.
So you're practically fluent.
Out. 30 all.
Yes, one of the better shots today. That's
30-14.
right out of the Hewett textbook.
How he was able to get the angle as well from the middle of the court. He was just able to carve around the outside of the ball.
Fault.
Great point. So what he went through in that first game was on the verge of 2-love here.
Make that 2-love.
Game Hewett. Hewitt leads 2 games to love. Final
And
set.
you know, when he does his valuation of this match, if he's the winner at the end, I think he'll look back to that first game of this set and say there are a couple of miracle points, one in particular, that changed the course of this match.
It's incredible how many times when you do watch a tennis match, there is just literally one moment that can be the difference. All of a sudden, if he had somehow managed to win that point, got the break, it would have had a completely different complexion. But all of a sudden, the momentum is clearly in the Alfie Hewett corner.
Love 15.
And the Spaniard will now, as they say in football parlance, have to give it a bit more in the way of beans. Just to try and keep in the slipstream of Alfie Hewett. Or it could run away, but he's got the first point of game 3.
Out.
Oh, missed opportunity there.
15 all.
Pretty routine backhand for De La Puente. Hewett was going the other way. He had the full court to hit into. He's been pretty understated for him, hasn't he, today? Normally we see him be a little bit more demonstrative, a lot more Vamoses. Only heard a couple from him.
He's the one when he won the second set, but even that I thought was fairly muted. Those are the kind of shots that Alfie Hewett would make. I don't know, 95 times out of 100. Just kind of lazy in a way. Wasn't fully committed to that shot. That's why he finds himself at 15-30 now.
Out.
Also notice that only one player is making noise at the moment.
30 all.
Not hearing anything from Alfie. De La Puente is more than making up for him with the noise levels.
Feels like Hewett's gone into business mode, doesn't it? He's really sort of managed to refocus. That little break at the end of that second set really did him a world of good.
Out. 40-30.
It's De La Puente's turn to get cranky with himself. Point for 3-love.
Game, Hewett.
Oh, right on the line. Yeah, that's worth it. Oh, fairly muted.
Hewett leads
This one.
3 games to love. Final set.
You couldn't have asked for a much better start to set number 3 than this. Serve working pretty well. There's the shots working pretty well. Most of the breaks going his way, and I know he was complaining earlier in the match about the breaks going to his opponent, but it's much more assured, far more kind of reserved, if you like, Alfie Hewett than we saw in set 2.
Yeah, it is. He just seems to have come out with a different mindset, hasn't he? He just knows it's got to be all about business in this third set. He can't afford to go down early on like he did in the opening 2 sets, and he's really come out, knows what he's trying to do out there, very, very clear, and he's definitely upped the level of intensity, up the level of aggression. De La Puente's just coughed up a few, well, uncharacteristic errors and unfortunate moments as well.
Time.
De La Puente is now kind of taken on the role of Alfie Hewett in the second set, if you know what I mean, in terms of his body language. Obviously not happy with how things are going. Naturally, 3-love down he wouldn't be. Have some details of the other women's singles should be done. It is done. I'll tell you about that in a moment.
That was the backhand he was looking for in the previous game, wasn't it? At love 15. Had a chance. Made no mistake this time.
Fault.
Ooh.
I mean, that was inside the line.
I think it was.
Yeah, that was inside the line.
30 left.
That's good of Alfie. I think Alfie said no. I saw it as good. So I think that's fair play.
I think when it's that far in, I mean,
Wow,
we're
quite.
talking like inches inside the line. He almost called it before it bounced.
How far was it?
That was
A long way.
yeah. This time we do agree on a call.
The clocks are right. 27.
Fault.
Stop clock sound.
Out. 40 love.
must have felt nice off the racket, though. He was looking at it, urging it to just dip. Just crept past the baseline.
Out.
Overdid it.
40-15. Out. Game de la Puente. Hewett leads 3-1, final set.
So the women's singles final tomorrow will be between Yui Kamiji and Dida de Groot. 7-6 to Jiska Griffin first set. De Groot took the second 6-4 and the third 6-4. So that will be the women's singles final tomorrow. Let's see who's going to meet Gustavo Fernandez in the men's singles final. For Hewett and Martin de la Puente at 1 set apiece. For Hewett with the early break leads by 3-1.
Love. Lap. Out. Lap. Fault. Hewett.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear an even bigger roar at the end of the match, but that's the biggest one
Hewett
today.
leads 4-1, final set.
Measured at 125 decibels, rather than the jet engine going over to Heathrow. Alfie Hewett is a much happier boy than he was about half an hour ago. Certainly when that second set concluded. Went to have a little think about things. Went to have his little bathroom break. And in a much better state of mind, certainly a much better state in terms of the match itself, leading 4-1. You say all the momentum is pretty much going with the world number 2 at the moment.
It most definitely is. De la Puente just hasn't got any answers so far. Hewett's just really come out in this third set a different player that's very clear about what he's trying to do. He's a lot more aggressive.
Also some quite basic errors by the Spaniard. Wasn't quite so evident in the second set. Just climbing back into his seat. He's incurred the wrath of both players today at different times. As David on enter, but could be 2 games away from the end of this match, potentially. He's going to go for the kill now, isn't he? Hewett doesn't want to be out there any
Love
longer.
15.
Well, I think he also realises that the way these couple of previous sets have gone, he's really just got to put the hammer down, doesn't he? Can't give De La Puente any sniffs.
Out. 15 on.
Just trying to G himself up, isn't he? Vamos and Benga.
What I said. He's an Arsenal fan, I didn't know that.
Terrible choice of team if he is.
30-15.
Just don't go there.
Not as bad as West Ham, though.
I did say don't go there. You didn't listen to it, did you?
I can't really talk with who my team is.
Point.
Go on then.
Man United, we're awful.
Oh yeah, because you're from Manchester.
Born and bred.
Tell by the accent.
I was going to say.
Oh, nice. Still got it in him.
40-15.
Still a lot of fight left in the Spaniard. He's looking down the barrel a bit, but just as the neat touch he has. Hasn't maybe shown enough of it in recent times, which is why he's in the precarious situation he finds himself. That's too good.
40-30. Fault. Fault. Deuce.
Too many of those as well. That's now 9. So that's 2 games and a bit. Giving away in double faults. Had him on a string. Had him on a string there. Did Hewett.
Advantage, Hewett.
Just worked him around the court and came up with the incision right at the end. So I'd say we could be 2 games away from the conclusion. With the vantage point, maybe it's not too far away from that.
Yeah, good play there from De La Puente. One of his best points of this set.
Deuce.
Even Hewett had to give him a little applause. But if you're Hewett, you don't mind if De La Puente's winning points like that. It's the ones where you're giving it away with a cheap error or a sloppy shot selection.
Fancy a double here. Don't put the rockers on him, but quite a tame first serve.
Advantage, De La Puente.
Stands out as a winner, cross court. Did well to ride his chair as well. It's rearing up at him.
Maybe just didn't do enough with that approach shot. Just didn't quite get the depth, get the width. Gave him a chance.
Out game, De La Puente.
Well, he has a sniff of
New boards, please.
5-1. As it is, it's going to be 4-2.
Hewett leads 4 games to 2.
Saying that
Final
he's been
set.
relatively muted today. Well, not at the moment, he's not. Martin De La Puente is making his views, his thoughts very clear.
Channeling his inner idol, isn't he? Rafa Nadal. We see that so often from him, don't we? Huge roars, especially at those crucial moments.
The impression he didn't think he was going to escape that game, but he did. And pressure now back on Hewett, though he has that break. 4-2 up. Need to consolidate it with new balls.
Low 15.
These new balls are going to fly through the court a little bit quicker as well. Just sat up there in the middle of the box, didn't it?
No, 30.
Choosing to go for the kicker. Didn't get enough depth, didn't get enough width on it, just sat there in the De La Puente forehand. And is this going to be another momentum shift in the match?
Is it me, or does the speed
Low
of
40.
the serve seem to have dropped a bit? A lack of intensity, a lack of velocity perhaps on the serve does seem to be slightly down to me. Or is it just how he's chosen to play this game? I don't know. Not 40 though. I've seen a bit more.
Out.
Does look a little bit more like he's just gone for a
15,
higher
14.
percentage of first serve, maybe just not taking as many risks. But then that's the danger. If you do that and you don't hit the corners, you just pretty much leave it there in the slot of De La Puente.
Game De La Puente.
Well,
Hewett leads 4-3.
it's so hard to
Final
predict how this is going, because we thought inexorably it was heading in the direction of Alfie Hewett, and it was only a matter of time before he closed it out. And De La Puente wins a game he didn't expect to win, probably, and then breaks the Hewett serve. And the way things are looking, this game and match is far from concluded. Alfie Hewett has had his serve broken. Still leads 4-3, but still at least 2 games away, potentially, from winning this one, facing Gustavo Fernandez in the final. Right, so next up it'll be some men's doubles, semi-final. Ratzlaff and Smargaran against Egberink and Schaefers. And then change of plan. We're supposed to bring you the quads final. That will not now be taking part because Alfie Hewett, and Lapthorne's not feeling very well. So I'll be a walkover for Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink. And still see Martin De La Puente again today with Joachim Gerard up against the British-Spanish pair of Ben Bartram and Versace. That's the last on court 1 today. So more doubles to
15
follow. Can't predict when it's going to be though. So it might be coming quickly, but 4-3 now to Hewett, and De La Puente has a chance to level things up at 4-all.
Out. 30 lap.
What is he not happy with? He's gone to the umpire about a call that was either made or not made.
I think Alfie does have a point though, arguing when you have won the point.
He's done that twice now in the match, where you can hear his coach having a chat as well, but it's fair to say the umpire's not had an easy
40
match. Alfie chuntering away now. Yeah, had to take it early. Did take it early. Needs to wrestle the
40-15.
momentum back here. At the moment, it's kind of one-way traffic towards the Spaniard. He needs to find what he found in those first few games of this set.
Fault.
Yeah, that's more like it. Great depth
40-30.
in the right place. And De La Puente could not maneuver his way towards that one.
Game De La Puente.
You're loving this battle, aren't you?
4 games all.
Very gladiatorial,
Final set.
wasn't it?
It does feel that way.
Now we got down to the nub of the match. Now he's having a chat with his coaching team. Whilst we watch De La Puente, Alfie's come to the side of the court and is having a chat with the coach.
The one time he's having a chat away from our microphones. Couldn't hear a word of that. It was a very intense conversation,
Just
though.
as well, actually. Well, needs to get the show back on the road, get the bandwagon moving in the right direction, because at the moment it's heading towards the Spaniard. For a much more comfortable situation than it was about 10-15 minutes ago for De La Puente.
Fault. Low
We
15.
can talk about that in that interchange just now. What shall I do? Double fault? Yeah, why not?
Just make it a little bit trickier for myself.
That's double fault number 5.
Out.
So we cook that too.
Love 30.
This time he finds the forehand,
15-30.
having just missed in the previous point.
Well, he
Right
could
then.
do with ace number 4 here, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could. Didn't get it though. De La Puente again playing one of his
15-14.
best points.
Doesn't look good at the moment for Alfie Hewett. 2 break points for 4-5. And the Spaniard to serve for the match.
Out.
Bit of a gift.
30-40.
Needs another first serve. Like you said, what he wouldn't give for an ace. Two errors off the return.
Deuce.
Did make the first serve, but it wasn't hugely
That was a
pacey.
Hickney ball.
Yeah, it wasn't hugely pacey. It wasn't in the corner. It was there on the forehand. That's a return he would have asked for.
Incredibly lucky. decent breaks in this set. They take advantage of it.
Advantage. Hewett.
How are we doing it, mate? You just won a point. Don't worry about that one. That's a good one. It's
going to be interesting to see if he does somehow manage to crawl his way over the line, what he's going to say in his on-court interview. And we said after his first match that he wasn't going to be overly happy. It's going to be really interesting to what he thinks about this one.
There it is! Mystic Bob's done it again.
Hewett leads 5 games to 4.
Well, yesterday you were jinxing
Final
them
set.
with I can't. What was it you were jinxing them with yesterday?
I've cleared my mind of it.
I can't remember, but I think Alfie will be thankful for this one.
Yeah, so it's about time another ace, and in the very same game I mentioned it, he gets one. To close it out, 5-4. Yeah, I'll be very interested to know how honest he'll be on court, how much deconstruction he'll do of that, because I think he's going to, if he was absolutely brutally honest, he'd come with a lot more negatives than positives from this, but he probably won't say that in the post-match interview.
No, he might not have enough time either, to be honest. But I mean, I do feel like he's pretty honest sometimes with his post-match feedback. I think he does say when he hasn't been happy with things. Obviously, I'm sure he won't quite go into depth of what he thinks he needs to do better or what he needs to improve on. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think for the most part, if he does, obviously still a big if he does manage to get across the line, I think he'll be happy with the way he fought. I think it's so important. You're not going to play your best tennis every single time. You've got to win ugly, and today is one of those days. We've seen glimpses of the Alfie Hewett that we know, but we haven't seen it in long enough periods. Can he string something together here?
I know we don't want to get too stats driven, but he's got more double faults than aces today, which always indicates to me his net game's maybe not quite, certainly service game is not quite what it needs to be.
We saw the percentages as well, and the numbers really dropped off in the second set. That ball is gone.
Yes. Well, I think probably the plane overhead probably didn't help with that. It's quite low. You can almost touch it. It's that low. I don't know. Heathrow, I imagine a crow flies at about 3 miles, 4 miles maximum from here. We are on the direct flight path again today.
Fault.
I think that 10 double faults today.
15 on.
Yeah, 2 bar gates, as I call them.
Never heard them called that before. I quite like it.
Fault.
Yeah, so be careful. He doesn't just hand this game to Alfie. Not to do any work.
Finding the return.
15-30.
I think there was probably an element of him being conscious. He didn't want to throw in another double fault. Just looks to put it back in the middle of the box, and that is lethal when you've got the return of Alfie Hewett. Oh, and he's got another second serve to look at.
And he will be almost at the service box by the time this arrives.
Fault.
Yeah, double fault. For number 11. And
15-40.
2 match points. Only been the greatest match Alfie Hewett will ever have played. But he is on course for the final of the British Open here to add to his title at Eastbourne last weekend.
Fault.
Oh dear. Yeah, did he have a service game with 3 double faults in earlier on in the same match?
Game,
That will
set,
do it.
match, Hewett.
For Hewett,
2 sets to 1.
3 sets, but it was not
6-4,
comfortable.
3-6,
There
6-4.
were times where his game, for his very high standard that we know he's reached, kind of disintegrated for a while. And there were moments where you're thinking, perhaps it's going to be the Spaniard who progresses and not the British
Well,
number
ladies
one.
and gentlemen, please give your massive round of applause and show your appreciation after such a battle, Martin De La Puente and Alfie Hewett.
That is a look of relief, ladies and gentlemen. That's not a man who's enjoyed the last couple of hours. That's a man who's mightily relieved to have gone out of this one.
Gone through the ringer, hasn't he, over the last couple of hours? He had to fight himself as well, as well as De La Puente. But I think he's going to be pretty proud of himself, the way that he was able to just stick in and tough it out. Wasn't easy conditions out there, really gusty. And he came up against an opponent who's inspired in patches in that match, and sometimes you've just got to find a way to win ugly. He just dug in, and you look at the numbers there, it was just 4 points in it. 2 hours and 33 minutes they battled, and that's the thing about tennis, it's 4 points, that one game that makes all the difference. And you look at the numbers there as well. De La Puente better behind the first serve as well, created more breakpoint opportunities, but I think he's just going to live to regret how he wasn't able to take advantage of those, especially that first set, 3-love up. Probably thinks it could have been a different story, maybe could have got it done in straight sets, but unfortunately for him, comes out on the losing side today.
Last set was 44 minutes, actually the quickest of the three. 52 minutes first set, 47 second set, 43, 44 last set. And yeah, he got the job done, but it would not be one. If he was watching the highlights back, he'd want to keep as one of his best performances. But despite all the things he went through, all the conversation he had with his box, he's now on his phone telling everybody he's won. They should know, because they should be watching this feed anyway, but there he is, checking his shares. And we'll see if Norwich have signed anybody today.
Maybe putting in his lunch order as well.
Yeah, can he get something for us? Yeah, I'm sure he's gone to his Instagram account. Just tell everybody he's won. He's quite active on social media as Alfie. And we will hear some words of wisdom and see just how upfront and honest he is about, not an Alfie Hewett-like performance to me, but you battle against adversity, don't you? And you come through, and it might be a very different story against Gustavo Fernandez in the final tomorrow. Right, he's been handed the mic, so I imagine any second now we will hear.
Well, Alfie Hewett, you are through to the Lexus British Open final to defend your title, but my word, that was a battle today, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Martin's a great player. We've had a lot of battles, especially recently, so congrats to him. He's a top player, made it very difficult obviously out there, so yeah, just glad to get through.
That first set, as you say, it was a tough start, wasn't it? In both the opening 2 sets actually, but that first set, how important was the 4th game when you held, just to make sure you stayed in that set?
Yeah, I feel like in one of those situations, every point is vital, especially, he had a lot of momentum in the first 3 games of both sets, so you just felt like you need to get as many points on the board and hopefully they turn into games, and thankfully I did that in both sets and gave myself a chance to fight. Obviously he went and excelled towards the end of the second set, but I did a really good job of resetting and going again in the third.
Yeah, you then went on to win 5 games in a row in that first set as well. What exactly was it that you did change, or did you feel like, and I think you may have been getting a little frustrated with yourself, almost overcomplicating some of the shots you were trying to play?
Yeah, maybe. I think in a high-intensity match like that, it's difficult to maybe always see the best shot or the best decision on the court, and I think the first 5 games of that third set, I did that. I made the right decisions, committed to them, executed them. I think he ramped it up, definitely. That was a big factor of the sort of comeback in the third set, made it difficult for me to have time on the ball and be able to do what I was doing. But you know, to keep my head at 4-all and serve that game was massive. Because I think I was 40-15 down in that game as well. So, you know, it goes 5-4 and maybe it turns the other way. So every game, like I say, every point is so decisive in those moments.
You're playing Gustavo Fernandez in the final. What sort of challenge will he bring you tomorrow?
Probably a very similar one. They're very similar players. Obviously hit big, don't give you much time on the ball, so I expect a very similar sort of match.
And of course, how important would it be for you to defend your Lexus British Open title? That will be a great thing to do this week, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the British Open is such an iconic event. It's been on the calendar for many years. You know, I'd love to be able to defend it. And also, it'd be great confidence going into next week, being undefeated. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge.
On next week, how important has this week been, getting a good run deep into the tournament on the grass, going straight into Wimbledon next week?
Yeah, I feel like I've been saying it all week. You know, to have the opportunity to play matches the week before Wimbledon is a first for us. We've not had it before, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of players. It's a really good showcase, really good venue for it. Obviously, you can smell Wimbledon. It's just 5-10 minutes away, so I feel like it's great preparation for next week.
And your decision not to play doubles this week with Gordon Reid, is that down to not wanting to overwork this week ahead of Wimbledon next week?
No, I've just had enough of him, to be honest. No, obviously it's a lot on the grass. Singles and doubles, they contribute to a lot of physical factors. So we've played a few matches on the grass already, and we want to make sure that next week we're fighting fit and prepared to go the distance in both singles and doubles. So yeah, we made that decision fairly early on. Obviously we're gutted to not be playing you know, on these courts, but hopefully in the future we'll be back.
Well, congratulations for today. We can't wait to see you in the final tomorrow. I'm sure these British fans would love to see you win as well tomorrow. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, Alfie Hewett.
Yeah, we'll see him again tomorrow up against Gustavo Fernandez. Looking forward to that final. Probably have to play a little bit better than he did today to make sure he secures that. Right, so we know the men's finalists, we know the women's finalists. We don't yet know the finalists for the men's doubles. And we will see that combination very shortly. Ratzlaff and Spargaren up against Eberink and Scheffers. So it'll be 3 Dutchmen and 1 American on the court.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, more action to come very shortly here on court 1 at the Lexus. Move our attention to the men's doubles semi-finals on the way. And we'll have the all-Dutch pairing of Michael Schäfers and Tom Egberink up against Casey Ratzlaff of the USA and Ruben Spargaren of the Netherlands as well. That's to come, our first men's singles. Our men's doubles semi-final on the way next, here on court 1 at the Lexus British Open. Don't go anywhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for this next match on court 1 at the Lexus British Open here at Roehampton, with the sun shining on this beautiful Thursday, let me introduce you to our players. Please put your hands together for the all-Dutch pairing of Michael Schaefers and Tom Egberink, and Casey Ratzlaff of the USA alongside Ruben Spagaren of the Netherlands. This, of course, is the first of 2 men's doubles semi-finals we have on court 1 today. And whilst our players warm up, let me introduce you to them. To the umpire's right, let's start with the all-Dutch pairing of Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefers. Tom is 31 years of age and started playing aged 11 in the doubles game. He has 74 titles, with 5 coming so far in 2024. 4 of them alongside his playing partner today, Michael Schaefers, and the other with Spain's Daniel Cavasacci. Tom won the 2012 Wimbledon doubles title and has a silver and bronze medal from the Tokyo Paralympic Games. In the singles game, Tom has 41 titles. Tom's playing partner today is Michael Schaefers, also from the Netherlands, aged 41. Schaefers has an astonishing 124 doubles titles in his career, winning 6 so far in 2024, and he has won all 4 Grand Slams in doubles at least once. As a singles player, Schaefers has won both the Australian Open and the French Open and has collected 61 titles throughout his illustrious career. Let's hear it for Michael Schaefers and Tom Egberink. To the umpire's left, Casey Ratzlaff and Ruben Spagaren. Casey is from the USA, aged 25. He was introduced to wheelchair tennis aged 11, and already in his career he has stacked up 26 singles titles and 25 doubles titles, the last of which came alongside his playing partner today at the Barcelona Open earlier this year. He represented the USA at the Tokyo Paralympics and has been the highest ranked male wheelchair tennis player in the USA since 2018. Alongside Casey is Ruben Spagaren, aged 25 and from the Netherlands, who also began his wheelchair tennis life at aged 11. He has 43 doubles titles to his name, with his win alongside Casey at the Barcelona Open, the one victory in 2024. Ruben has another victory this year, this time in the singles at the Seoul Korea Open. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Casey Ratzlaff and Ruben Spagaren.
2 minutes.
The chair umpire for this match will be Mike Bravo from Mexico. Enjoy the match, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final match will be played to the best of 2 tiebreak sets. In case the one set all, a match tiebreak to 10 points will be played to decide the match. Ratzlaff is Spagaren to the left of the chair, won the toss and elected to serve. One minute. Thirty seconds. And on warm up. Casey Raffler to serve. Ready? Play. Fifteen love. Love.
So 3 Dutchmen on the court, Tom Ebgerink and Michael Schaefers for one pairing, and the American just interrupting the Dutch flow. Here's Casey Ratzlaff, who is involved in the first game on serve, alongside Ruben Spargar.
Net, first service. Fault. Out.
Wind has definitely picked up again, hasn't
40
it?
love.
It's been really gusty today compared to the previous 2 days.
to kind of counterbalance that and offset it a bit. The weather is much warmer. Clouds are high. No threat of rain today, which we had on the first 2 days. So we should get through today's program unscathed. And looks like the American's going to get through his service game unscathed at the moment.
It's always a clever use of return down the middle,
15.
especially in doubles. Both players are looking to move to cover that. Then it really opens the spaces out wide, makes the court a little bit bigger.
I know you're fluent in Dutch, so I should look forward to all the translations on that later.
If only. You can pick up the odd word, being half Swedish is similar, but
Yeah, well finished off.
Spargaran, Rafloff.
Spargaran.
First game.
And first game comfortably in the bag for them. And we'll see the other semi-final after this. Martin de la Puente, who was put through the ringer by Alfie Hewett over 3 sets, but Hewett coming out on top with Joachim Gerard and Ben Bartram, and Daniel Cavasaci will be the opponents on the other side for that in the second semi-final, which comes up after the conclusion of this.
Tom Eggering to serve.
So Egberink will be first to serve on that side of the net. Good interception by the American again.
Law 15.
Okay, already questions on line calls.
saw that in the previous match, didn't we? Both players really questioning the umpire.
Ah. 15 up.
Of course, at this time of the year, the great thing having the event leading into Wimbledon is preparation for the big Grand Slam, but the lack of officials is also an issue because they're all down at SW19. Well, not all,
Out.
but a lot of people are.
30, 15.
And they've got a lot of courts to cover here, haven't they, as well? The junior event is here. Junior Wimbledon qualifying has started today.
You must have getting that. Did you? Junior Wimbledon qualifying.
No,
Did you? You
no,
didn't?
no, I did. I was a,
Oh, okay.
I was a terrible junior.
Oh, okay.
I really wasn't very good. The only thing I ever did at juniors was I won nationals when I was 18, and that was it.
Late bloomer.
I was, yeah. I only started playing when I was about 10, so yeah, definitely a late bloomer.
Okay.
40, 30.
Well, you better tell us about the experience of going through junior qualifying, but you can't because you never did it.
I can pretend like I know.
Oh, you sport it now. Nobody would believe a word you said now.
I don't blame them.
They do anyway,
Game.
okay, going with serve. Early stages
Ekberg,
of this.
Shepherd.
And if
One
you're
game
hoping
up.
to see the quad doubles final involving Andy Lapthorne. Sad to say that Andy's not feeling too well today, so that is
Ruben Spargar to serve.
from the agenda. So Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink, both Dutch as well, will be doing that by default.
15 love. Thirty love. Four. 30-15. Out. 40-15. Game. Raflav Spargan. They lead 2-1. Time. Fifteen love. Out. 15-0. 30-15. Fifteen. Game. Ebgari Sheffer. 2 games all. Love. Out. 30 love. T15. Out. Patio. T40. Game. Ekberin Schäfer. Ekberin Schäfer led 3 games to 2.
So first break in this semi-final for the Dutch. And they lead by 3-2. Yes, welcome back to the Lexus British Open in Roehampton. We have 2 semi-finals in the men's doubles. We're going to show you here on court number 1. Again, if you wanted to get involved in potentially being a wheelchair tennis player of the future, I just want to try it out and see what it's like. You'll be very surprised, maybe you won't, by what you have to do, the dexterity you need to have a racket in one hand and trying to negotiate your way around a court in a chair. Well, you can find out the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days, September and October. Free and ideal for any people with disability, inspired by the summer of grass court tennis, of course.
Time.
Paris Paralympics as well. Go to the LTA website, lta.org.com, and look for Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days. Taking place in September and October, and you'll find them in... Thanks, boys, I'm still talking. In Bolton,
15 love.
Nottingham, Norwich, obviously we're at Hewett and Ben Bartram, who we'll see later on, train, and at the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. Or in September, October, go to the LTA website for further details. Right, back to the doubles here. I'd say Egberg and Sheffers trying to build on that break. So back to 15 all against Spargaran and the American Casey Ratzlaff. Hot sun today. In fact, the wind seems to have not disappeared, but not blowing as heavily as it was and hard as it was earlier. Nice. Yeah, that's a classic wheelchair tennis, or actually doubles of any
15,
nature
40.
shot. Put it right through the middle. The two of them aren't in effect.
Yeah, you can see there they're trying to spread the court, aren't they? Spread the pairing and then just rifle it down the middle of the court.
Chance for a break back potentially here. Oh, just saw the opportunity in the opening there, did Ratzlaff, but just didn't connect correctly with it. So, okay. That's a possibility looming of that break point, but back to the all.
I love the communication between
40, 30.
the players. They're always saying who's taking what ball, and there is no misunderstanding.
We could back up that break to make it 4-2.
Game.
Which is precisely what they do.
Egberg and Sheffield. Egberg, Sheffield lead 4 games to 2.
And later on, we'll have the second double semi-final. De La Puente and Gerard, #1 seeds from Spain and Belgium respectively, up against Britain's Ben Bartram and Spain's Daniel Kawasaki. That'll be the 4th match on. The match after this. Oh, the wind blew that ball back. So intense and so severe was the wind in the middle of that rally.
Love 15.
Crossed the net and then started working its way back into the net.
Yeah, it looked like Ratzlaff and Spagarin were talking to the umpire about something. They didn't look happy at the end of that rally. I'm not quite sure what it was. Just misjudged that. Just died on him
Oh,
a little
okay.
bit. Wasn't sure whether to move backwards or try and take it on and move forwards. In the end, not really doing either. That was such a clever shot to go for, though.
15,
Using
30.
the wind again. Just didn't need to be that good. It's always going to come back to them. Just clip the top of the tape. Finds the line. Big forehand there.
30.
Dutch player looked back at the umpire. No call was made.
Fault. 30, 40.
So having his serve broken, Spargaran, looks like his teammate, his doubles partner, might also be on the verge of having his done too. Oh no, come up with a serve to make sure that's not going to happen just yet.
Yes.
Quite possibly. Right idea again. That Dutch pairing just showing their experience. They're really understanding where they need to move
Fantastic,
the
Sparga.
ball around the court to open up the spaces. That time just missing tiniest of margins.
Out.
Adding an extra little bit of zip on that forehand
Yes.
from Sheffers.
Advantage, Sheffer. Fault. Game. Ekberg in Sheffer.
That's the double they didn't want at the wrong time. And they battled their way back a couple of
Ekberg in
times to break
Sheffer
points.
leads 5 games to 2.
They weren't able to close out the game, so double break for Ekberg and Sheffers. 5-2 lead in the first semi-final of the men's doubles. One more game, and it'll be the first one secured. If you are coming to us late today, or late-ish, then I should tell you that the final of the men's singles will be between Gustavo Fernandez and Alfie Hewett. We just had an epic three-setter between Alfie Hewett, the #1 seed, and #3 seed Martin de la Puente. First set going Alfie Hewett's way, second set Spaniard's way. Nip and tuck third set, but Hewett getting over the line, so he'll be looking to defend his title tomorrow here at Roehampton. I guess we'll have the other part of the doubles for you a little later on. De Groot will be looking to defend her title in the British Open women's singles tomorrow. Back here, one more game for Egberink and Sheffers, and that will be the first set completed on court #1.
Newells. Out. Love 15.
Didn't miss by much, did it? Egberink just having a long look at the umpire. Not going to change his mind though. Really clever use there of the angle.
15-all. Fault. Out.
Almost took you out, didn't it, Bob?
Made me jump. It's
15,
hit the
20.
outside of our commentary box, reverberated inside. Don't do that to an old Bane. Can't stand the shock. 5-2. Egberink and Sheffers not on course for 6-2 just
15,
yet.
40.
They're closer though. No, they're not. They're 2 points down on this one. Pair on the other side of the net need to get 2 breaks back. First one is coming here.
Game.
And indeed it is.
Rough love.
It's a
Hard card.
double for the All
Gregory
Dutch pair.
Sheffield leads 5 games to 3.
And still life and still hope for Smargaran and Ratzlaff. The ball back with the American at 3-5.
Got to try and just make sure they hold this game. Try and at least make the Dutch pairing serve it out, potentially for a second time. Right idea, trying to go short.
15
That was
love.
where the space was. Just didn't execute that time.
Out. 30 love.
Better serving here from the American, forcing the error from Sheffers.
Fault. 40-15.
A little helping hand there.
40-15.
Not the tightest net cords here at Roehampton. It does give you the chance if you hit off that net tape for it to dribble over. I've seen that a few times already this week. This time he was there, got the net cord again.
40-30.
Brink had anticipated that though. Really cute, deft touch. Getting it back cross court.
Game.
Very nicely done.
Slavslav Sparga.
By the
Ekvering
Dutch
Shefferly.
pair. And they
Against support.
rescued themselves and brought it back to 5-4. The all Dutch pairing will have a chance to serve for the first set. In case you're wondering when the Paralympics are, we know where they are. Dates-wise, 30th of August to the 7th of September this year. You'll see the likes of quite a few of the players on court today. You see Gordon Reid, you see Alfie Hewett, Martin de la Puente, Gustavo Fernandez, and quads. And Lapthon will be fine for that. Sam Schroeder, Lisa Groot, Jessica Griffian, all condensed into 8 days in Paris. 5th of August when it starts. The Olympics comes up in 3 weeks' time. A bit of a gap between the Olympics and the Paralympics on the 30th of August. The test starts on the first day. And, great hope for quads, the women's and the men's. Some British successes there has been at all the recent Paralympics, 2016 onwards. 2012 success as well. Back here, it's Brink and Sheffers. Brink trying to make sure they get over the line in the first set.
Law 15.
Not with doubles.
No, obviously having served the set of 5-2 as well. Oh, that was a clever shot.
15-all.
That's pretty well the number 2 seeds here.
30, 15.
Oh, just out of reach. Didn't get there. So 2 points away. Potentially
Net for
taking
service.
this first set. Chances earlier on, 5-2, but getting closer now.
Out. Vertical.
Need a first serve here, the Dutch pairing. Bit of a gift there. Set up on the
40,
Ratzlaff
30.
forehand. Second serve to look at.
So here comes the set point for the All Dutch pairing. Gotta say, I've been very impressed. First time I've actually
Deuce.
seen in the flesh Casey Ratzlaff play. Just checking on his ITF singles ranking, 14. So he's just outside the top 10, but that's a really good all-court game here. Imagine him working his way essentially up the rankings. It's been as high as 13, but right on the cusp of that again.
Out.
And another second serve missed. But you're right, definitely got lots of
I bet
potential.
that's
A lot
equity.
of strengths in his game. Can really see him working his way up the rankings.
Out.
Ooh, just too
Game
long.
up first set. Equity in Sheffield.
And, well, that was made to work quite hard for it, but they came out
6
on top.
to 4.
6 games to 4. First set for Egbrink and Schaefer's. We were discussing off microphone a bit earlier on about the lack of American players in wheelchair tennis. Well, we were talking about the preponderance of them in able-bodied tennis. Any theories as to why it's fairly sporadic in terms of those who make it into the top 10, top 20 in wheelchair tennis?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm sure if they knew the answer, they'd be doing everything they could. I don't know. I suppose it always comes in like fits and starts, doesn't it, in terms of when you get a bulk of players coming through and then all of a sudden it sort of quietens out. But I think success breeds success, and you obviously get players and you have those people who they're able to look up to, and then they pick up the game, and then it's sort of, you get that pool of players, and obviously they just don't have that at the moment.
But Ratzlaff should be an encouragement and should be an inspiration for those thinking about making their way through. And say, my first time of actually seeing him in the flesh has really impressed me. 25 years of age. A player who started at the age of 12. It's not his favourite surface. He's on the left of your picture there. Started at 12. First hard court, as so many Americans do. That's what they're brought up on for the most part. His progression was 2020, 21st. Actually had a bit of a dip, 2021.
Time.
Worked his way into the top 20, 2022. Worked his way into the top 15, 2023. So, highest ranking was March of last year. Obviously, dictates and the doubles kind of is what he is most known for.
Second set.
Actually, his doubles ranking is lower than his
Spargard to serve.
surprise by 15 on doubles ranking. He's been as high as 14. Second set.
Oh, really good play.
Law 15.
Really clever move there. Brought in by that short ball, chose to stay up at the net.
Oh, caught the outside of the line.
15 all.
Very close, but so you're going to get the benefit of the doubt with the umpire being on the other side anyway. And good point for the Václav-Spargaran combination with Dutchman serving. Yeah, liking the depth that Václav-Spargaran are getting. They're forcing the all-Dutch pair right back to the baseline when they can.
Not up.
Oh, lovely shot again from Václav. You can see he was charging for the ball.
40, 15.
Exactly what he was trying to do. You could see that cross-court drop shot coming. Just couldn't push there quick enough.
Out. 40, 30. Out. Deuce. Fault. Advantage, Sheffield.
Oh,
Okay.
got too close.
Ekberg Sheffield.
Kind of understood why he took on the second bounce, but by the time that second bounce had
First
taken
game.
it into the net,
Second set.
Had no room for manoeuvre, did he?
No, I think that's the tough part. When you're playing against the wind, the ball's always going to be moving away from you, and when it's obviously so close to the net, literally bounce back into the net.
So early break for the number 2 seeds. After securing that first set 6-4. So the impression that Spargaran and Ratsav are enjoying themselves out there. Going to do what they can to try and extend this match, but against a very experienced Dutch pair. Serving.
Waited well, didn't he? The Dutch pairing had to try and pick a side.
Love 15.
Each went their separate ways and left the space down the middle. It's like a parting of the sea, wasn't it?
I was thinking that myself, actually. One went left, one went right. Ball went straight down the middle. Somebody should write a song about that.
What would the band be called?
15 all.
Tried to get a little bit too much cut on the ball. Just hit down on it, brought it down into the net. An opening here, the American-Dutch pairing, to try and get a break straight back. Missed opportunity there. Ratzlaff making the right move forward. Just didn't quite execute the volley. Well, that's been a little bit of the story of the match for them. They've created opportunities, had these little openings, and just haven't been able to take them.
40-30. Game. Ekveri in Sheffield.
Well, they had the chances. Did the lesser ranked pair. It's come through.
Sheffield lead 2 games to love.
The difference in their experience has done so far. 4 previous tournaments this year. Spargaran and Ratsav actually the biggest career title. That was the Barcelona Open last month. That was on clay. And as far as Ekveri, of course, the Grand Slam title came on grass, 2012. Michael Jumais of France. It's going back quite a while, isn't it? These two first played together in 2007. So they've been looking around the circuit for about 17 years now. Pretty much know each other's game inside out, you'd think, after all this time.
Out.
Ooh, that's close.
15 love.
No complaints. Getting on with it, but it's right close out. Angle of our camera is not obviously right over the line, but seems to get a decent indication as to how far behind, if indeed it is far behind. But
could be a wicket keeper with that catch.
yes. Could use you for Dutch team.
Oh, that is silky, isn't it? Choosing to use a deep backhand slice, coming forward.
15
Just carved around the outside of the ball.
Out. 30-15.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
shown a couple of pieces of magic in this game, hasn't he? Another there with the slice backhand. Ratzlaff was covering the middle of the court, convinced he was going to hit it there.
Forty.
So it could rapidly be running away from that 7th Bulgarian now. If they don't hold on to this. Barenka and Schaefer's going to go 3 love up. Not quite yet, though.
Advantage. Ratzlaff. Deuce.
Do you know, that was one of those occasions where he had too much time. You're sitting there going, okay, I've got all these options, what shall I do? Oh, that's not what I had in mind.
I think that's the most dangerous thing as a tennis player, isn't it? To have time. You almost want time taken away from you and just to play instinctively, but you're right. Almost looked in a couple of different minds of what he was going to try and do.
Back to deuce. Long game this, game 3 of the 2nd set. Oh, I cranked that up. Really got behind that one.
Advantage.
Extra
Shepherd.
zip on that, wasn't there? Extra aggression behind that forehand to bring up another break point.
Some, quite a few extended games here. So that's going relatively slowly in terms of games secured.
Deuce.
He's going to carry on even longer.
I think they heard you. Oh, that's good reactions, isn't it? He was on the move.
Advantage, Sheffers.
That's what sets really good doubles teams aside from the others. Anticipation, that court coverage, and that work around the net. Managed to cut off most rallies by intercepting the net if you can get that far forward. That's exactly what happened there. And again, another advantage point for the combination of Everink and Sheffers. And it's a double fault that hands the game to them.
Every Sheffers.
To win in 6-4 in the first set. Now 3-love up in the second.
Every Sheffer leads 3 games to love and by 1 set to love.
And once this has been done, we will bring you some more doubles action. Martin de la Puente in Spain. Joachim Gerard, #1 seeds. We'll get #2 seeds there, by the way. Touch pairing. But the #1 seeds will be on next, up against the British-Spanish combination. Ben Bartram, who is the British #3 in singles these days, up against Daniel Kawasaki. Some updates on the other matches that are going on around the courts today. To just give you a little recap on stuff that happened earlier on today. Gustavo Fernandez getting the better of Gordon Reid. It was in the opening straight sets victory for the Argentine. Then on the second match of the day, Hewett and Martin de la Puente. That went on for quite some time, went on for 3 sets. Actually, Alfie Hewett coming out on top, having won the first set, lost the second to De La Puente, and then the first set going the way of the Brit. So he's in the final. I'll play Gustavo Fernandez tomorrow.
Oh, stop it.
All right then.
That is unbelievable.
15 up.
Unbelievable. Came all from the drop shot again. I thought it was going to actually bounce back over the net. Ratzlaff did so well to get it back over. And then the imposing figure of Egbrink was just there to knock off the volley. This time he couldn't quite reach it. It's been so aggressive, hasn't he, today, Egbrink? Really showing that power that he has. Also some really nice touch around the net.
And 30. 30 all. Out. 40, 30. Deuce. Out.
Clever shot again into the body. So hard
Advantage.
to be able to manoeuvre the chair out of the
Sheffield.
way.
Game. Ekberg, Sheffield. Ekberg, Sheffield lead 4 games to love.
So 2 games required now to take them through to the final. 6-4 first set, 4-love second. This match may not be going for much longer. But we've seen some encouraging and decent signs from the Dutch-American pair. It's Margaran to serve now.
Love 15. Leave it. Out.
Keeps it so low over the net.
Love 30.
Slicing through the ball. They're really racing away with this second set.
Fault. Law 40.
Not a bad way to take
15,
the first break
40.
point. They just haven't been able to dominate enough of these rallies. The Dutch pairings have been really aggressive, especially Ekberg to the left of your picture. Really dominated with that forehand.
Game. Egvedi
One break
Schäfer.
point, all they need.
Egvedi Schäfer leads
Takes them
5
on
games
the
to love
verge
by 1 set to
of
love.
winning this one, sending themselves through to the final. We'll find out who they'll play later in the day with the second semi-final. Look at the women's double semi-finals. Not quite going the way perhaps we'd anticipated on court 2, where Li and Zhu, China, are 5-2 up in the first set against Dida de Groot and Jiska Griffian. And on the other court where action's taking place now, court 4, looks like Yui Kamiji and so Gianni will be going through against Angelika Bernal. Lucy Shuka won the first set to the Japanese-South African pair, 6-love. 5-2 in the second, and it is juice right now. Just going through all the results from today. Alfie Hewett, 6-4 in the third against De La Puente. Dida Groot came through in 3 against Jiska Griffian in the women's singles. She'll beat Yui Kamiji in the final against Annick van Koot, who won 6-3, 6-4. It was a walkover for, or will be a walkover for Sam Schroeder and Niels Vink, because Andy Lapthorne pulled out of the semi-final. And
15-love.
Gordon Reed has been 4-6, 4-6 by Gustavo Fernandez in the quad semi-final. Ahmet Kaplan went down 1-6, 1-6 to Niels Vink. Sam Schroeder obviously getting the victory over Andy Lapthorne in the other semi. So you're up to date. That's all the results from today, and we may be potentially just 3 points away from the conclusion of this one.
Fault. $30-15. $40-15.
2 match points then for Egberink and Schaefers. On the brink for Egberink. Quite yet.
40-30. Out. Game, set, match.
It's gone long. And that
Egberink,
will
Schäfer.
complete
2-6
the
love,
match.
6-4,
Another
6-2.
passage through to the final for Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands
Potentially
together
face.
for our players, Katie Ratzlaff, Ruben Spargaren, and of course, Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefers.
Play Martin De La Puente and Joachim Gerard, but Ben Bartram and Daniel Kawasaki will have something to say about that. So that will be our next doubles match on court, and that will be a few minutes away. I'm sure we'll hear from the Dutchman before they go off court, and then we'll bring you that last doubles match, match number 4.
Well, Tom and Michael, well done, congratulations. You're into the final of the Lexus British Open, a 6-4, 6-love win. You must be very pleased with that performance, Tom. I'll start with you. Sorry, Tom.
Sorry. No, we are very happy to be in the final. I think we played a good game. The beginning was a bit of struggling we didn't play with each other on grass, so it's always different. So I think we started really well. In the beginning, 5-4, and then second set we started really aggressive again. I think that really helped us to continue the game. I think to make it 6-4.
The second semi-final is coming up straight away on court 1 here, Michael. Will you be watching that one to take some notes ahead of the final tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. It's always good to have a bit of an extra info. So yeah, we will definitely watch some games to see if we can have some extra info for tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, just a few words on playing with Michael on the grass here, of course. First time the Lexus British Open has been played on the grass.
Yeah, I think it's amazing experience as well. Of course, we play Wimbledon, and I played the Queen's exhibition. So for a lead-up event to Wimbledon, I think it's great organization, and yeah, it's a great atmosphere here. So yeah, I'm happy to be with Michael on my side, and I think we know each other so well, so we can say everything to each other, and that helps really.
Absolutely. Michael, how will you prepare for tomorrow's final? What's the plan for the rest of today and tomorrow?
Today, just some physio, cooling down. Watching some games of the opponent for tomorrow, and then I think we will have a little chat with the coach tonight about the game plan, and then we're fully ready to go for the final.
What about the British summertime weather as well? It's been a bit unsettled this week. How do you as a player, not let that affect you too much?
No, I mean, it's the same as in Holland, so we're used to the weather like this. It's always difficult when it rains and to have a break in a match or before, after. I mean, it's always difficult, but I mean, we're used to that. It's not the first time, so it's a mental thing as well, and it's part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to the both of you, Michael and Tom. You're into the final of the Lexus British Open. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Michael Schafers and Tom Egberink. So, ladies and gentlemen, on court 1, coming up very shortly here at the Lexus British Open, our 4th and final match on court 1, and it is, of course, the second men's doubles semi-final to come in just a few moments' time. So make sure you are nearby for that one, getting going very shortly here today. So welcome along to Court 1 for this second men's doubles semi-final at the Lexus British Open. Our fourth and final match on Court 1 today. I'll introduce you to our players for this match. To the umpire's left, Spain's Martin de la Puente has 30 singles titles in his career. Not bad for a 25-year-old. Two of those titles have come this year in 2024. In his Lexus British Open campaign so far this week, he has claimed 3 sets, 6-love on his way to an earlier semi-final in the singles competition. Currently ranked number 4 in the world in singles, the Spaniard has said his fellow countryman Rafa Nadal is his idol. De la Puente has 1 Grand Slam title in his career. It came in doubles at the 2022 US Open. Martin's playing partner is Joachim Gerard from Belgium at 35 years of age. The right-hander has 48 singles titles to his name and 62 doubles titles. In 2021, he won both the Wimbledon and Australian Open singles titles and has won all Grand Slams other than the US Open in doubles. Together, Martin and Joachim have won 3 doubles titles this year in 2024. Please welcome Martin de la Puente and Joachim Gerard. To the right of the umpire, we have Great Britain's Ben Bartram and Daniel Cavasacci. Bartram is 18 years old, but has already won 15 doubles titles and is ranked British number 3 in both singles and doubles. In doubles, he is ranked world number 26. He has been supported by the LTA's Pro Scholarship Programme and turned pro in 2019. Ben played a key role in the men's GB World Team Cup team that won back-to-back titles. Ben's playing partner is Daniel Cavasacci from Spain. Daniel was 30 years old, hailing from Madrid. He represented Spain at the 2012, 2016 and 2020 Paralympics, and in Tokyo became the first Spanish Paralympic tennis player to reach the quarter-finals. He has won 44 doubles titles in his career, including 4 in 2024. He has also won 4 singles titles this year and has a total of 35 singles titles. Please put your hands together for Ben Bartram and Daniel Cavasacci. The umpire for this match is Yassim Aka from Saudi Arabia. And what a lovely evening it is for some tennis here on Court 1 at the Lexus British Open. Enjoy the match.
3 minutes. Two minutes. One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, he's actually to the right of the
Chair won the toss and elect to serve.
Yep.
30 seconds. Into form up. First set. Ben Bertrand to serve. Ready.
So here we go. Martin de la Puente, Joachim Gerard against Ben Bartram and Daniel Cavasacci for a place in the men's doubles final. It's Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefers.
Love 15. Ball. Fifteen on. Fault. 15-30.
Well, a long rally. Which eventually went the way of the British and Spanish pair. Actually, don't walk away of. Yeah, it did. That's correct.
That is unbelievable. We've seen a couple of those today, haven't we? The ones that have already almost pretty much gone back into the net.
I'm sure it's meant to be that acute off the racket. But gives them a first game point. Up against the number one seeds. So it's going to be a tough ask. All the experience of Gerard. Martin De La Puente, a bit younger, but Gerard's been around a long time. His singles might be waning, but his doubles faculties are still very much there.
Out. Advantage.
Also a new pairing, isn't it, as well? Bartram and Kawasaki just teaming up for the first time this week. Had a pretty routine opening match, didn't drop a game. Tried to do a little bit too much there, De La Puente. Wanted to try and get the early break. You look at the numbers of doubles titles as well. This pair have got, De La Puente's already got 44, Gerard's got 62.
Fault.
So much experience as a pair.
Advantage. De La Puente, Gerard. Fault. Fault. Game. De La Puente, Gerard.
Not a good time. Very good time. Two double faults in that game from Ben Bartram, and hands the early initiative to De La Puente and to Gerard. Next game, first set. Best conditions I think we've had today. Wind has subsided quite a bit. Sun is hot, but it's not too hot, and the players are enjoying the best weather we've had over 3 days so far. Will be. Welcome Gerard to serve. So we're giving it to his teammate. It's going to be Gerard to serve.
Not surprising that Gerard chose to serve. Probably got the bigger serve out of the two. Because he sits a little bit higher in the chair as well, doesn't he? Just able to get a little bit more zip off the court.
Out. 30 love.
Oh.
30-15. 40-15. Out.
I don't think he agrees with that. Definitely not happy with the call. We saw earlier in the
40-30.
day having some issues with the umpire, wasn't he? Clearly still not convinced that he made the right call.
Different umpire this time, so he's not going to take out his vengeance on the same person.
Ball. Ball. Deuce.
Ace and a double in this game so far.
Ball.
How did he get that one? How did he get to that ball?
That's a very good question.
Advantage de la Puente.
I was convinced he was going to get nowhere near it. And all of a sudden he just seemed to gain speed and then to still be able to have the talent and the touch to be able to get that cross court.
Great shot, it was.
Deuce.
We get a running commentary from Ben. All the decent things they do. It's a combination.
Wasn't an easy shot either, this. There wasn't too much space to hit down the line.
Ball.
Chance for an immediate break back here. Get it. No, don't. The advantage.
Advantage. Bartram Cavazacci.
Ahead of myself here, but good point for 1-1 here. LA.
Cavazacci.
Yeah.
One game
That's
on.
good way to conclude that game. Some very good points constructed by Bartram and Kawasaki in that one. And they've got it back to 1-1. Maybe not quite the procession some predicted.
No, I think this might be a little bit closer than we thought. I think it's easy to think of De La Puente and Gerard and all of the experience that they have, but you think Kawasachi's won 44 doubles titles himself. He's got a lot of experience and knows how to win.
Daniel Cavazacci to serve. Out.
Do you think that the
15
Kawasaki
love.
serve could be the one area that De La Puente and Gerard really do look to try and attack? And that maybe is the one area of weakness.
Love.
beautifully constructed point. That
40
really
love.
well done. Pretty much all De La Puente's work, but I'll take it. Sorry, all Kawasachi's work, but I'll take it. And let's see, constructed point that.
Game. Bartram Kawasachi.
Well, didn't drop a point on the serve there.
Bartram Kawasachi leads 2 games to 1. First set.
Acquitting themselves very well early stages. New fledged pair. And, doing pretty well. So we mentioned Kawasachi, I think, in his singles match. First Spanish Paralympic tennis player to reach the quarterfinals, which he did in Tokyo 3 years ago. And will have his ambitions on matching that, potentially bettering it in Paris in about 8 weeks' time. They are ranked #1 seeds, not looking #1 seeds at the moment, with errors creeping into the game. Gerard and De La Puente and Bartram and Kawasachi starting to grow in confidence. They've got their noses in front after losing the first game. They've won the next 2. And it's 1-2 with De La Puente to serve.
De La Puente to serve. Love 15. Up. 15-all.
Just haven't quite got out of the blocks, have they, De La Puente and Gerard? There's been glimpses. A bit more energy from Bartram and Kawasachi.
Up.
Well, they're certainly matching them for aggression on stage, if not actually bettering
30.
them. And good signs early stages, apart from that opening drop game since then anyway, for Bartram and Kawasachi.
Went big down the line.
30-all.
Not sure that shot was necessarily there. Maybe they just go back cross court again.
Sorry, I was about to put the giggles in because
30,
when
40.
De La Puente says push, push, it sounds like puss, puss. I thought he just spotted a moggy on the side of the court. Puss, puss, puss.
Game. Bartram Kawasachi.
So a break for the British-Spanish pair. And that's 3-1. So
They lead
after
3
not a
games
promising
to 1.
start,
First set.
so rather turned around for them. This would be quite a shock and quite an upset, quite a big surprise if they were to come through. And the indications are pretty good at the moment. Say there's not a great deal of symmetry between De La Puente and Gerard. their feline friend.
Just need to get a bit more energy, don't they, De La Puente and Gerard? They're just a little bit flat out there. Bartram and Kawasachi bringing the energy, especially Bartram.
Whirling dervishes at the moment, so they're twisting and turning and moving their wheelchairs in decreasing circles, it seems.
On. Fifteen 30. All. Net. First service. Out. 30-40.
Well, they got breakthroughs on the Gerard De La Puente service, but they need to hold on to their own here.
Yes.
I don't normally see Gerard missing those forehands. Normally he's rock solid on those high balls. Go back to Juice.
Out.
Gave it a bit too much. And advantage point again.
Advantage. De La Puente, Gerard.
Has been the Bartram serve that's been broken only once.
Gerard.
Bit of shame. That's 2 breaks on the Bartram serve now.
Bartram, Kawasachi,
Joe's coach?
3 games to 2.
Well, he is. Always interesting when you get combinations together. They don't play that regularly together to know where the kind of coaching arrangement lies. We've seen this week, and we saw a little bit at Eastbourne, some people being paired up who never have played with each other before, kind of learning how to do it. Bartram and Kawasashi being a good case in point. But they seem to enjoy each other's company, and for the most part, doing very well. Just the Bartram serve at the moment, letting the team down, but they seem to be jumping all over the serve of the other two. I'll be fairly optimistic, I think, the way they played. They might be able to break the Gerard serve. They've done it once.
Normally the Gerard serve, you would say, is the weapon out of this pair. It wasn't in that opening game for him. Just needs to make a few more first serves. Be interesting to see the choice of tactic. They've been looking at getting De La Puente to move forward straight off the first serve. Continuing with that.
Love. Fault. Fault. 15 on.
A little glance back there because I was looking across that line. Just give me a little bit of stuff moving around. Is it, what is it called these days? Titanium pigment, or whatever it's called? It's not chalk, I think, was it?
Chalk flew up. It's titanium pigment.
I did keep calling it chalk earlier on, didn't I? It's going to take a lot for me to change that.
He tried every nerve, every sinew, and every revolution of that
15.
wheelchair's wheels. Try and get to it. The umpire was in more danger of being collided into than anything else at that stage. He has to get a car for Jesse Massacre there. Defending like Trojans, these two, aren't they? There's no lost cause. Just landed on the sideline too. Has he kept it in play? Yeah.
Out.
Again, how did they win that point? That was sheer tenacity and going, right,
30
I'll
on.
play another ball and see what happens. I don't think Gerard and De La Puente expected them to be quite as rapacious as they've been today.
No, I don't think they did. always making them play one extra ball.
Ball.
Too. Let's not forget to that. Kawasashi is playing out of his skin.
40-30.
And there's no such thing in this match as a lost cause, but he just fell out of his chair, look.
Almost looks like he was doing a bit of break dancing there. I think that's the first time this week that we've seen anyone almost come out of their chair, isn't it?
Could be a new Olympic event or Paralympic event. Break dancing in the wheelchair.
I'd definitely watch it.
Could be the equivalent of artistic swimming, couldn't it?
Could quite possibly. Maybe we're onto something here. Cyclops. What else have we got? God, we've been on it today, haven't we?
Wow, all these ideas. Dragon's Den, are you ready for us?
Hopefully no one goes and steals them.
That's a brilliant angle. Nice to get it back though. No, Ben won't be able to get to that. Well, it's a very entertaining match this. A lot of
Advantage.
amazing angles, a lot of amazing gets. Here's a point for 3-3. I don't think Ben does any calling at all. I think every single instruction's coming from
3 games all.
Kawasashi.
First set.
It's you, me.
You always normally have one person in a doubles pairing that is the boss. He tends to be the one that calls. And the ball's on the court, calls the plays as well. And obviously Kawasashi's got a bit more experience out there, so maybe they've just decided that that's the way it's going to be.
3-3, Kawasashi serving.
Love 15.
I did mention this was maybe the area of weakness in this pairing.
First set.
Oops.
Love 30.
Just making their move here. Got an opening love 30. Uncharacteristic error there.
15-30.
Pretty short second serve. Right into that slice backhand. I don't know whether he's trying to do a little bit too much, trying to keep it a little bit too low over the net.
Game de la Puente Gerard. New ball.
Ben nearly joined us in the commentary box then. As he zoomed across the court.
De la Puente Gerard leads 4 games to 3.
Experienced pair. the more experienced pair certainly, and number 1 seed, starting to work out how to play Bartram and Kawasashi, their first meeting with this fledgling pair. I think it took them a little bit by surprise early on.
I think the energy that they were bringing out, weren't they? That was something that they were maybe a little bit surprised by. They really came out with a lot of aggression, a lot of energy, making them play one extra ball and showing some really nice touch out there. Maybe Gerard and De La Puente just starting to find their groove, just starting to assert their dominance.
We talked about the vast amount of experience that that pair on your screen has. And, there's that pair, it's the British-Spanish pair, but the pair that we were looking at before. And Gerard and Martin De La Puente, all that doubles experience, and what singles experience, particularly for Gerard, and latterly for Martin De La Puente. Kind of work themselves now back into first set after breaking the Bartram serve on the opening game. Puente to serve.
So
I actually don't think there's a lost cause for Kawasashi. I think there's no such thing with him. He'll, if he thinks he's going to bounce 4 times, he'll go for it.
he hasn't toppled his chair over, then he's not tried hard enough, has he? The way he's been throwing himself around the court so far.
Love. Out.
Better first serve there from De La Puente. A bit more on it. On the spot
love.
as well.
They lead 5 games to 3.
Just one more game required. Final number 1 seeds take the first set. Got to he'll break the serve of Ben Bartram, and it has been the serve that's been the most fragile, most brittle so far. It's been broken twice. Let's put the hold on here. Make sure they don't get an easy passage into the second set.
Up. 15 love.
Been a couple of those volleys, hasn't it, from De La Puente, almost right on top of the net.
30 love. Out.
Yeah, good deep serve by Ben
40
Bartram.
love.
Starting to warm up on his serve now as well. Can't quite get used to that haircut, or lack of it. No, not haircut, but like a hair, maybe.
Out.
A little bit more aerodynamic, isn't he?
Aerodynamic.
That
40, 15.
you are on good form today, Bob. I'll give you that.
Still 2 points for 4-5.
Out.
Yeah,
Game.
last time
But,
before Eastbourne I saw
Kawasaki.
Ben, he had quite a thick mop of hair Decided to go
De La Puente, Gerard leads 5 games
crew
to
cut.
4.
And last he's held on to a serve, so 2 breaks in the set so far, but there's still a chance for Roehampton and Kawasashi to put some more pressure on the Gerard serve at 5-4. Remember, weather permitting, and the forecast, I've got to admit, for tomorrow is not brilliant in Roehampton. We should be underway at 10:30. There may be some news about the men's singles. I can't bring it to you just yet, but keep an eye on the respective sites you need to look at from the LTA or tomorrow, but we'll certainly have finals for you on #1 court. Let's just see whether Gerard looking up into the sun, going, not best placed for me at the moment. Not sure there's much we can do about that.
I'd much rather see the sun than the rain clouds that we've had the previous 2 days, and maybe tomorrow as well, touch wood. It's not going to be the case and the weather forecast is wrong. It's not looking promising.
Just got a replacement towel. We can continue.
15 love.
Finally finds one of the serves on the first point.
Second ace.
Fall. Fall.
Manic
15
laugh
off.
there. Water there, aren't we? This is Slocum's earlier. Now are people manic laughing.
30-15.
An ace double fault, followed up by an unreturnable. What are we going to get this time?
Licorice all sorts.
I could have picked a better sweet selection.
I love them.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, no, licorice.
Out. 40-15.
So 2 set points for the #1 seeds. They've turned it around after a slightly dodgy period early in the first set, but Gerard's on hand to help them along.
Game and first set. De La
Third
Puente,
ace.
Gerard by 6 games to 4.
All from the racket of Gerard, and they have seen out that first set. So not without a little bit of difficulty, not without some complications, but first set it is by 6 games to 4. I'm interested to see what the tail of the tape is next. I get the impression the serving stats may not be that brilliant. But we'll know more in just a moment, as we're looking at those who are certainly down to be the winners today, and they will be facing, if they do, Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefers in the final tomorrow. Here come those stats for you.
Yeah, I don't think it was as bad as it maybe appeared to be. De La Puente and Gerard, 64% first serve points won. That's not bad percentages. I'm sure they'd want that number to creep up a little bit, but again, total points won just a 5 in it, and Bartram and Kawasashi were really in there just up until that last game. Gerard just turned on the afterburners with his serve, didn't he? Normally it's such a weapon, but we've seen a few double faults, a few aces, but maybe just a little bit of experience showing at the end there, wasn't it? There was a lot of effort from the Italian-English pair, but ultimately this pair in your picture just managed to get across the line. Going to be really important how Bartram and Kawasashi start this second set. Need to make sure they start it with the same energy they did in that first one.
It will be Kawasashi to serve first. He's been like a jack in the box all the way through the match so far. Really trying to make things happen, trying to bring along his younger partner.
15 love.
Starting to dominate a few more of these points, aren't they? Gerard just looking to assert his dominance. Here, choosing to come forward, finishing off nicely with the volley.
30.
We enjoyed that. First in the ace column.
Bartram and Kavarzic.
Some quite surprising misses by
First game,
pair.
second set.
And Malcolm Gerard in particular. Again, dumping the ball in the net. And the Kawasaki serve, I think, is the only one that's been unbroken so far.
I think you could be right. They just haven't quite got to grips with it, have they? Maybe the lefty serve they're struggling with.
Again, rudimentary
Love
things
15.
that he was getting right in the singles match with Alfie Hewett today. Just not coming off in the doubles tonight.
Not really, but again, I don't think it needed to be that close to the line, did it? Could have given himself a lot bigger margins.
And they keep giving them another look on balls that should be put away. That should.
Love 30.
Smart shot selection though, wasn't it, from Kawasaki? Saw De La Puente up at the net. Gerard was moving forward, just chose to use the lob.
Oh, into the net again.
Love 40.
It's a succession of unforced errors for the #1 seeds. So if they get through and they're playing like this against the Dutch pair tomorrow, I think there's only one winner. I'm sure they'll play better.
Out.
Still 2 break points.
15, 40.
Oh, just needs to climb over the net.
30, 40.
Just need a bit more oomph to get over there. That would have been the game, but not the case. Still break point for Bartram and Kawasaki.
Out.
Yeah, waste. Couple of
Deuce.
points there. Could have made more of it. It's back to deuce.
These are the type of moments, though, as the underdogs, you've really got to try and take advantage of. They're not going to give you too many breakpoint opportunities.
Was wide.
Advantage. Bartram Kevazic.
Another break point. That'll do it.
Bartram
That'll do it.
Kevazic.
And he's the man who's leading.
2 games to
I'd
love.
say the four of them, the outstanding player on the court right now.
It's been extremely impressive, hasn't he? Bartram's been a close second, though. Been really impressed with his ground strokes. He looks like he's getting a lot more zip off the ball, that racket head speed. The way he's able to rip through it, just like we saw on that previous forehand.
Right, well, he's got 1 from 3 from his serve so far. Back it up now, make it 3 love.
Out.
Oh, gave it everything with the kitchen sink there.
Love 15.
Just a little bit too much.
Really nicely put away on the volley. He's made a couple of errors, De La Puente, but made no mistake with that one. Used the pace off the ground stroke, found the middle of the court. Chance here for the number 1 seeds to get back on serve.
Out.
Another one of those mistakes off the return. Fairly routine one, just pushed it long. Bartram really stepping up in this second set. And that forehand being so effective.
Net. First service.
No call came. De La Puente is not impressed. Gerard is not impressed. It's going to go the way of Bartram and Kamasashi.
40-30.
I think De La Puente is just thinking it's one of those days. The calls aren't going with him.
That'll be an ace. That will be an ace.
Bartram Kevazic.
Second for that combination, 1 apiece. And they are digging in, and they've got a 3 love lead. And are looking pretty good on it at the moment.
Yeah, well deserved, hasn't it? They've really come out. I mentioned about needing to come out with good energy at the start of this second set, and that's exactly what they've done. De La Puente and Gerard have maybe been a little bit flat, haven't they? A few too many unforced errors that you wouldn't expect from them. But all credit to the pair in your picture.
Look at the smile on Ben's face. He's now managed to hold on to his serve 2 times, back to back. He knows that his partner is holding on to his serve with alacrity. They have a chance, maybe. Great. Look of Gerard. His serve has not looked impenetrable today. They're back on court, ready to resume at love 3.
Cancel. Love 15.
Those double faults are just creeping up, aren't they, for Gerard? Normally, serve is rock solid. Just struggling a little bit with the ball toss.
Oh, great angle from Ben. Made that such a difficult return.
Love 30.
And they're really enjoying themselves and getting to know each other's games very, very well right now. Good calling. There's no way that Kawasashi would have got to that. He's got back again. Yes, they can.
Bartram had the chances.
That's
Oh, he's
wide.
called it out.
That is wide. It is wide.
I didn't see the white.
No, it's wide. That is wide. Absolutely wide. That was closest line to us. Absolutely no doubt about
15,
that.
I want to see a replay of that one.
Well, they're giving it to... Really?
I think they've given it, haven't they? The opponents, I think. Did they?
I think the umpire said I didn't see the line.
Fault.
Which is a bit of a worry if you're in the chair and you're the only person making the calls.
Well, that's not going to fill De La Puente with confidence when
not.
he's been.
I'm absolutely certain that was wide.
Yeah, we might need to see a replay of that.
Yeah, boys, if you can bring that one up for us. That
15, 40.
15, 30 point. May not matter anyway because they've got 2 more break points. I was absolutely convinced that one was. The umpire was initially too.
I'm not sure whether he was slightly unsighted with Bartram obviously looking to move back and try and get the ball. Wasn't able to see, so just went with a call.
$30, 40.
Still 1 more point. So ultimately it may not matter, but yeah, a contentious moment in this match. Oh,
Yes.
that's an ace. 4 aces, 3 double faults, and they're back to 40.
Not up. Advantage, De La Puente, Gerard. Game, De La Puente, Gerard.
So they hold on, again under a lot of pressure. Could have been 4-love quite easily. That was a
Kawasaki leads
really
3 games to 1.
contentious point, which we might have to wait if we've got it until we get the next change of ends, but a different outcome for that game. 3-1 though it is. Still to Anglo-Spanish pair. And here is the start of the day so far. I'm going to put the mockers on him, but his serve has been rock solid all the way through.
Love 15. Love 30.
Yeah, I'm going to probably put the mockers on him by saying he's the most rock-solid player in the quartet so far, but pressure on the Kawasaki serve here. 30.
15.
Oh, there's an ace. Should I say that? Third for Bartram and Kawasaki. Oh, what a point that was. What a point that was. Everybody had
15,
some involvement
40.
in it. Some good retrieving on both sides of the net.
Showing every little bit of skill as well. Every shot in that rally. Big ground stroke, some soft touch.
Well, that's worth the entrance money alone, I think. 15-40 though, 2 break points, bring it back to 2-3. Similar pattern to what we saw in the first set.
We'll want that forehand back right in the strike zone.
40.
Dunks it in the net.
These two are enjoying playing with each other so much. It could well be a staple of the doubles circuit for too long.
Out.
Long.
Yes.
Oh, you can see why they would want to play together as well. They really complement each other in terms of styles. Look like they're having a lot of fun. They bring a lot of energy to the court.
Advantage. Bartram, Kawasaki.
Yeah, you can see the joy, smiles on the faces, a few fist pumps, a few shakes of the hand. Oh, that's nice. That's a lovely little flick.
Yes.
Kind of thing that we see a lot, have seen a lot over the years. And Gerard plays in singles.
Out. Advantage. Bartram, Kawasaki.
Seems that Kawasaki has not dropped his serve in this match so far. Everybody else has. He's on the verge of holding on to it again. And we'll have a second serve to look at. Here's Gerard, he's receiving. Oh, couldn't quite climb over. Another step ladder on that one. Oh, so annoyed with himself, isn't he? Frustrated. We'll let the team down. Still time on this one.
Oh, and he finds the line.
Do you know what? When I was leaning forward looking at that, I thought, that's going to go long, isn't it? Well, it didn't. It landed in the right place. So still clinging on in game number 5. Set number 2. Still keeping their interest very much alive in this match. Really entertaining match, this, you know. I'm thoroughly enjoying every single point. So much intensity and so much enjoyment and so much commitment.
You have to give so much credit, don't you, to Kawasaki and Bartram, the way they're playing out here. Like you said, thoroughly enjoying every minute of this match. I'm just loving the energy that they're bringing to the court.
And they're 4-1 up in the second set. I think it's got a long way still to go in this match. Still a long way. 4-1. Bartram and Kawasaki fancy their chances. I'll make it once at all.
Time. Hold. Out.
Yeah, a bit annoying
15
from
love.
Bartram's point of view. Just gone underneath that. Went a bit long. But yeah, they're trying some things. They're being inventive. They're being creative. And it's certainly wrong footing the players at the other end. Oh, that's beautiful. Lovely touch from Kawasaki. Boy, he's had some great points in this match. Look at that. Just ease it over. No need for fast expanse or any great degree of aggression. Just help it back over the net and watch it die and it lands. Back to that.
Out.
I've given that up.
30, 15. First serve. .30. Yes. Out. Advantage de la Puente Gerard. Out. Yes.
Every game in this match, certainly in this set, has been hard fought and not easily won. Oh, vast expanse of court available.
De la Puente Gerard.
If only he'd managed to get it back in there. Oh, died on the court.
Yes.
Wasn't able to get his racket underneath it. And this sixth game of the second set extends still further. He gave it everything, didn't he? Straight back at the chair.
But
Sure,
covers it.
the Puente would have enjoyed that too much, but Marchman and Kawasashi will not care. They have a break point for 5-1. And the second serve to look at as well. How aggressive is Marchman going to be off this? Oh, too aggressive, I think is the answer.
Yes.
It was long from Gerard. Well, they are finding it so hard to close out this sixth game. Juice after juice, advantage point after advantage point. And here comes another. Great angle. Has he got him? Not quite. Yes.
Game. Bartram Kawasaki.
Big come on from
New balls, please.
Bartram. Kawasaki.
Bartram Kawasaki leads 5 games to 1.
And
Second set.
they've got it on the end of their rackets now in terms of make it 1-all. 5-1. Took a lot to get that break, but that is teamwork, and I say for a new pairing, they are looking like they've been playing together for a long time. Other results today, a couple of surprises, certainly this one in the women's double semi-final. Lee and Zhu beating the #1 seeds De Groot and Griffin to a tie-break set, 10-8. They will face Yui Kamiji and Ragazzo Anjani after they beat Angelica Bernal and Lucy Chuka 6 games to love and 6 games to 2.
15 love.
Serve, mate.
30 love.
Yeah, I think it's coming off the racket now. Wasn't being successful early on, but on serve now it's all working. Serving for the match, match for the set. 2 points away potentially from leveling things up here. Not going to get to it.
30-15.
Slightly better constructed point by the #1 seed than it was by the rookie pairing.
Here we go, come on.
But still another point for the second set.
Fault.
Points do get to the second set point, if you follow me. Good deep serve, and that will be just back in court. Yeah, that went way too deep for De La Puente to return it. So I might have been a bit premature. And right now, he need just 1 point, 2 set points to level this matchup at 1-all. And #1 seed's under pressure.
Out.
Oh, just overdid it. Yeah. Idea was good.
40-30.
Execution not quite as good, but they still have a set point. Slides off the
Bartram Kawasaki.
Gerard racket
6 games
into the sidelines, and they have done it. 6-1, no less, having lost the first set 6-4. They've come back with a vengeance, and that is a very, very impressive
Ladies and
Second
gentlemen,
set.
a 10 points match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
And we are into a tie-break set. First to 10 with 2 points differential, of course. Let's see if we can find some stats to bring you about that second set. I presume that the Kawasaki, and yeah, quite right, Kawasaki and Bartram combination were better on first serves by quite some way, 47% to 74%. 2 out of 8 he managed to break. No break points converted by the number 1 seed. 35-24 in terms of total points won. This one will be intriguing. See what happens as we go into the tie-break set. We have one of the women's matches decided this way. And this is a little bit of a lottery. Where this match is going, I would not want to place my money on either pairing. There is, of course, the momentum going very much the Bartram and Kawasaki way. First to serve, Della Puente. It's out. First point against the head for
1-0.
Bartram and Kawasaki.
Kawasaki.
As we've mentioned so often in the commentary today, Kawasaki has been absolutely rock solid, and Bartram's serving has got better, and Kawasaki will fancy holding on to both these points. Hasn't won the point yet. Well, he has now. I thought he'd actually won the point. Just a little tip over, but good anticipation again. Look at this. So immediate break back. 1-1. That's going to be a tantalising one. He's not going to get to it as he is. He is just. And that puts him ahead again. 2-1.
Kawasaki.
Onto the Gerard racket. Not been as rock solid on serve today as he so often is. Out. Yeah, he's making so many unforced, rudimentary errors today.
Bartram Kawasaki.
Every point you can hear him talking about, absolutely crucial, especially when you have a 2-point advantage. Now if they could break him again here, and get a 4-1, very much on their way to potentially a big upset. That's long. They get a chance to look at a second serve. And you know full well Kawasaki will be jumping all over this, metaphorically speaking. Oh, doesn't need to.
4-1.
It's a double. It's their 4th combined double, I think, all off the racket of Gerard. Look at that scoreline. 4-1 advantage. Pressure on the Bartram serve. Oh, brilliant.
5-1.
Absolutely brilliant from
Kawasaki.
Della Puente. Sorry, from Kawasaki. Beg your pardon. And Spaniard. And as they change ends after 6 points, that's the scoreline. Maybe Bartram and Kawasaki could only have dreamed of. Only the 1 point taken by the number 1 seeds. And they would love Bartram and Kawasaki to be back for the final tomorrow up against Tom Egberink and Michael Schaefer's. And as things stand, they're looking very well set to do that. They won't be getting complacent. Still got to get 5 more points. At the moment, it's not looking like an onerous task the way they're playing. Talking needs to be done. Gerard just talking things through with himself, how he can realign his game at the moment. Double fault didn't help. Yeah, that's going to be good. De La Puente gets one back. One break.
5-2
for
the
number 1 seed. They still have a lot of work to do, and they have to hold on to their serve as well. De La Puente tries to secure a couple here. Oh, too good. Too good from Bartram.
6-2. Bartram.
Angle that Spaniard could not get to. And once he conceded one on his serve just then, he's rectified things and repaired the damage. Oh, it's all falling apart for the number 1 seed. They cannot buy a point at the moment. 3 points away from victory here. And with the balls now with them, Kawasashi take them almost to victory. 2 service holds here, and they're almost done and dusted.
Seven, 3.
I already detect and note a little bit more aggression. The play of Gerard and De La Puente, just to try and keep themselves in range. Still 4 points behind. And Kawasashi need just 3. Couple really missed opportunities. Just dumping the ball in the net. At this point, there'll be another change of ends. Getting a bit tight, probably getting a bit nervy. Shot selection can just cloud the brain a little bit in these circumstances. Especially when you're up against the number 1 seeds, but they have a little bit of a margin over Gerard de la Puente. 22 points now, though. They were 7-2 up, remember. 7-5 now. Intake of fluid. The rookie fledgling pair up. And 2 are waiting to come back on court. The others are already back in position. Not going to get to that. Too clever. Too good. And
7-6.
4 points. Going the way. Oh, was out the chair again. Didn't notice that. I was watching Ben hurtling towards the ball. That's the second time that Kawasashi's been out of his chair. Now the pressure's getting a little bit more intense.
Pressure.
Oh, double. Oh, so it was a net first one. Second serve coming. He's got him. He has got him. No, they needed that because the run of points was going very much against them. 8-6. 2 away. Oh, just too good. Just the kind of beautiful return, impeccable return they needed on that point.
Every point.
8-7. Never going too clear. Let's look at the second serve here. 8-7, how aggressive can you be? Ooh, just long. Just long. Just give it a little bit too much, and we are now at 8-all. Towards the real nub of this tie-break set. Hasn't got enough on it.
9-8.
Ooh, this could be so agonizing for them. 7-2 up, remember. And looking like they might potentially be cruising towards victory, but number 1 seeds aren't number 1 seeds for no reason. Match point. That could be good enough. That is good enough. Oh. Well, they extended every nerve, every sinew, and 7-2 up. You're thinking maybe there's a big upset on the cards. Got very close to it. Great fight back in the second set to win that 6-1. After 1 seed taking the first set 6-4. In the end, though, it was.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, after a fantastic semi-final for Martin Della Puente, Joachim Gerard, Ben Bartram, and Daniel Kawasaki as well. A terrific way to finish proceedings on court 1 today for the Lexus British Open. Well, Martin, Joachim, congratulations. A super semi-final to witness here in the sunshine on the evening of Thursday at the Lexus British Open. You must be delighted. You're into the final tomorrow. How do you feel, Joachim?
Oh, I feel happy. It wasn't easy today because our opponent played great, and we managed to win out of this match, and I'm I'm happy to be back in the final with Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin, tell me about that match, because there were some fabulous points and you were working hard to get past these two, weren't you?
I mean, gotta give credit to the boys there. Danny and Ben were playing very good. They were challenging us a lot, so congrats to them. They're such a big fighters, and yeah, in our things, I think we're trying to do good. We're coming to the grass with lots of things, and trying to be better tomorrow.
Joachim, in that second set, after, of course, you took the first set, what was it from your side in terms of letting that set go away from your side? Was it just a lack of concentration? Did that dip, or were these two just too good for you in that set?
I think both. We made some mistakes more than the first set, and they played better. They did less mistakes than us, and in tennis, the guy who do the less mistakes always win. So it's always that a big important point.
Indeed. Martin, looking ahead to the final very quickly tomorrow against Michael Schaefers and, of course, Tom Egberink as well. What sort of challenge will they present to you two?
I mean, the Dutch pair is always tough. They are bronze medal in Tokyo, so they're tough. But I think if Joe and myself we're playing good, we're being solid, I think we're gonna have a great battle.
Indeed. Well, congratulations once again to the both of you. You're into the final of the Lexus British Open. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for a very entertaining, enthralling, and captivating men's doubles match. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit, I'm sure. Well, Ben and Daniel, could have been so different an outcome. Probably should have been a very different outcome, especially at 7-2 up in the tie-break set. But the number one seed's got the job done. They turned it around, and they will be back tomorrow. And they'll face the Dutch combination for the doubles final title. Right, hope you'll join us for the last day of the British Open here in Roehampton. Weather forecast not as good as it was today. And we may have some rain along the way, but we'll be here 10:30 tomorrow for all the action, all the finals on number one court. And we'll bring those to you in the morning from Anna and myself. Have a very good evening. See you tomorrow.